How do you call out for help? You shout it out, right? You shout out your name. Can you fall down? And then,
Wow, it's a nice swimming pool over here. Now let's swim. And the bell.
I'm calling out for help. No one is coming. Swami, why aren't you saving me, Swami? How is he going to come and save you? You don't call out to him, right? How is anyone going to come and save you? You don't shout, help, help. Correct? Yes or no? Right? It's a very simple analogy, but it's actually a very practical thing, right? If you don't call out his name, he will not come to you. He cannot come to you. Okay, another beautiful example here. You know gulab jamun? Who here likes gulab jamun? It's okay, you can be honest. Nothing wrong with liking gulab jamun. I know some people think, oh, you cannot, high sugar.
Cannot.
Gulab jamun, anyone? Come on, high and proud. Gulab jamun kakis are here. Okay, now, gulab jamun, how does it taste? Sweet, right? Extremely sweet. But it's very tasty. Isn't it? Now, imagine you are sick on that day. You've got a bad flu. Right? Whatever you tastes like medicine. Okay? And someone brings you a nice gulab jamun, nice and rosy and, syrupy and looks so tempting, right? And then you eat it. You eat the gulab jamun, you're sick. Can you taste the sweetness of the gulab jamun? Most likely no. Now whose fault is that? Gulab jamun's fault. Is that the gulab jamun's fault? No, right? Whose fault is it? It's our fault. Why? Because our tongue is it's medicated. Medicated beyond saving, right? It's diseased, right? The tongue is diseased. You're sick. You won't be able to taste the sweetness. So similarly, Swami says, we are in this situation right now. We are all diseased in a way, right? We are not pure, right? Swami uses these words, not me. I'm not saying you all are not pure, okay? You all are wonderful people, beautiful, right? But Swami says, we are diseased. So in that diseased state, right, calling out to the name, it won't immediately give you the bliss. You have to continuously keep saying it. Eventually, the taste will come back, correct? Eventually, the taste will come back. And at that moment, after a long time of not having that gulab jamun, right, because you keep taking it, you'll not be able to taste it. And finally, that one day when the sickness has gone and you taste that gulab jamun, you'll probably say, my God, this is the most tastiest gulab jamun I've ever had in my life. It's probably the same gulab jamun throughout, but because you've been diseased for so long, but the continuous eating of that gulab jamun, finally you taste it. Swami's name, God's name is like that. You continuously chant his name. Eventually, the bliss will be attained. Alright? Now we talk about group devotional singing. You all know the great sages, Mirabai. All of you all know Mirabai? You know, right? Tukaram, you all know, right? These are great sages, right? Now, when Tukaram sang Vithala, he goes into raptures of ecstasy. He just needs to say the name Vithala, he goes into raptures of ecstasy. I sing Vithala, nothing happens to me.
Can I just intervene there? When he mentioned the word Vithala and we spoke about the potency of that name, Nama, when it is said with the right pronunciation, Vithala, where do you feel the reverberation? Vithala. Where do you feel? You say it? Where do you feel the reverberation? Where? Reverberation means vibration. Where do you feel the vibration of the word? Vithala. At the sanctum, right in the middle of your heart, you feel him reverberating there. That is the potency of that name, when it's pronounced correctly. So these names are not simply being said without having any meaning behind it or without having any significance. There is an important chakra that resides here in the middle of your heart. We all know, Anahata chakra. We all know our body consists of 7 chakras. And this Namasmarana is actually help. Somebody mentioned in the beginning, I feel recharged after singing. I feel rejuvenated after singing. Because all these chakras are being awakened through these different names, because they carry significance in terms of potency and vibration. That's why you are feeling recharged. It's not out of the blue or it's a magic that is being created. You are doing the work for it and you're benefiting for it.
Yeah, so when, like what Brother Shankar just mentioned, when Tukaram says the name Vithala, he says it with, of course, pronunciation and everything, but he says it with the full devotion, the full sincerity, with no desire whatsoever of anything, but just to see the form of the Lord. And he just needs to say the name Vithala, and he goes into raptures of ecstasy. And but for us, when we sing Vithala one day, we don't immediately go into that raptures of ecstasy. We hardly do. Right? Very rare. Okay? So why is that so? Why is that so? And Mirabai, Tukaram, these people, these sages, they sang alone. Right? They didn't have a group with them singing along. Right? They were singing alone. All their kirtans and their bhajans were all sang by themselves.
There is a difference between Kirtan and Sankirtan. Kirtan is being done individually. Sankirtan means it's a collective singing.
So when we sing, we come for a bhajan session, we are singing as a group, correct? We are singing as a group. So now the question, we're back to ask the question here. What is the importance of singing in a group opposed to people like Mirabai or Tukaram who sang by themselves? So what is the importance? Why do we sing together in a group like this? Come on. All of you all attend bhajans, right? All of you all put your hands up earlier. So you all attend bhajans, right? So what is the importance? Why do we sing together in a group? Why can't we have just one person come up front and just sing throughout for the next 45 minutes? Brother JP will come sit and he'll sing the whole 45-minute bhajan. You'll all be in bliss, I'm sure, right? But is that the purpose of the group devotional singing? No, that's not. So what is the importance? Anyone? Participation. Okay, very good. Anyone else? Come on, just throw it out. Brainstorm. Let's do some brainstorming. Create the vibration. Okay, good. What else? Okay. Fantastic, fantastic. All right, if you're doing it by yourself, not everyone is going to be connected at the same time, but when we're all doing it together, we are all connected all the time. Correct? Yes? Fantastic.
But these days, there are more distractions than the connection, right?
We'll come to that. All right? We'll come to all the distractions. Any more? What else? Come on. Sorry? More voices. So what is the importance of that? How does that make a difference? Yes, correct. When you call collectively, what is the power behind calling it individually? It's more, it's stronger, right? It's stronger. So when you do it together here, let's say for example, anyone, did I miss anyone? Sister. That is fantastic, right? If one person sings, only that person receives the grace. But if we all sing it together, we are all receiving the grace at the same time, right? Fantastic. That's beautiful. So here, for example, if my neighbor is doing meditation, let's say, all right, my neighbor is doing meditation or doing some form of yoga, and I'm seeing the yoga happening, is that benefiting me? Hello? No, right? It's not benefiting me. They are doing the yoga. They are the one benefiting. I'm just watching it. I'm not achieving it. I'm not benefiting. I'm not gaining anything, right? So we need to do something here where we can all be involved together, right? And the best way is through Namasmarana, collective singing together. For example, in the ancient olden days, right? Olden days at night, people used to light the lamp, correct? They used to light. There was no electricity, no TNB all those days, right? There was only TNB was the oil lamp. That was the TNB, okay? And then what they used to do at night, they used to light the lamp and they'll put it on the threshold, right? The threshold of the house, okay? Which will not only light up the inside of the house, but it will also light up the outside, right? That lamp which is put on the threshold or in the front, the entrance of the house, is not only going to light up the inside of the house, but it will also light up the outside, right? So similarly, our lips is the threshold. When we sing the name of the Lord, we are putting the lamp on our lips, right? And then when we sing it, we are not only lighting inside, but we are also lighting outside. So when we sing a bhajan collectively, we are not only invoking devotion in oneself, but we are also invoking devotion in others. So if there's anything you all take home today, it is this message. The purpose of singing bhajans is to invoke devotion in oneself and others. Do we get that? It's not invoke devotion in oneself and or slash others. No. And others. That's why it's group collective singing. So the immediately now, the lead singer has got a huge responsibility. Because if he doesn't put that lamp on the threshold, he's not going to light up the outside. Do you get what I'm saying? He or she is not going to light up the outside. Are we in the same mindset? If there's anything, again, I'm going to repeat this again, and we'll be repeating this a few times today, because if there's anything that we are going to learn from today's session, it is this. The purpose of singing bhajans is to invoke devotion in oneself and in others. Can we collectively say this together as a big group now, and let's take a pledge that this is what we are going to follow from now on. Together, what is the purpose of singing bhajans? To
Invoke devotion.
like this, we invoke devotion.
To invoke devotion in oneself and the others.
How do we invoke devotion? Come on, let's say it out loud, okay? Together, 1, 2, 3. To invoke devotion in oneself and the others. One more time. To invoke devotion in oneself and others. Can we remember this? From now on, any decision you make with regards to bhajan singing, ask yourself this question. Am I invoking devotion in myself and the others, or am I only going to make myself happy?
A different perspective, or another way to look at that message, Naveen, I feel is, when you say it, you say invoke devotion in oneself and others. We're not saying to invoke devotion in others and oneself. You know, it's oneself first and then others.
Beautifully put, yeah. Maybe elaborate that a little bit more.
I think it's just like, being in a plane. When, they advise you before the plane takes off, right? In a moment of emergency, please secure yourself first before even attempting to save others, because to save others, you must first be secure. So I think similar to that, I think if we have not invoked the devotion ourselves, how are we even attempting to do it for others?
I think very beautifully put by Brother Kabir. So, are we all in understanding here? Can, So, fantastic. So, this is the main message that we all want all of us here to remember and go home with. Okay? All right. Now, today's workshop will be divided into a few sections. We'll go into four sections. The first would be raga, and then we'll go into tala. We'll see some aspects of bhava, and then some sadhanas that we can do in order to elevate the bhajan experience. Okay? So we'll go into the first section, which is Shruti, and pass it on to Brother Shankar here. Will share some insights. And once again, let's make it an interactive and engaging session. So if you have any questions at any time of the day, please just raise your hand, ask the question. If we can answer it then and there, we'll answer it then and there. Or if we think that that question will be answered in a later section, we'll let you know. But anyway, there will be a Q&A section at the end as well. Okay? All right.
So very beautifully we have spoken about invoking devotion. And another aspect of invoking devotion that Swami emphasizes over here is when you are able to invoke devotion in oneself as well as in the others, you are actually doing Swami's work, meaning you are doing his seva. So you need not think that, I'm not given that opportunity to go out and serve the other people out there, probably the homeless people, or visiting the anywhere else outside from the center. But just being present in the center and be part of the bhajan session being done properly in the way that Swami has planned it out, meaning you have also embarked on a journey of doing seva. So if we have tuned our minds with that mindset that this bhajan singing, namasmarana is nothing but a seva that I'm doing for myself as well as the others, everything will turn out to be very beautiful. Then we can look at all the other technical aspects that Swami is talking about. Of course, in singing, we have got a lot of other technicalities that we look into, because and not everyone over here is given the talent and skill to sing. I have heard even from my own father, he loves listening to Vedam chanting. So we can go on, chant Vedam, and he can sit and listen for 45 minutes and 1 hour, and he says that it's so beautiful, so soothing to his ears to listen. The problem is, he says, as much as I love to listen, but I'm unable to chant, though I wanted to. Because he feels that he's not given that caliber to do it. No doubt, we say that, with a lot of practice, you can do it. But a lot of things, believe it or not, actually comes with you as vasana. Vasana meaning what you have inherited from your previous birth remains there in your soul. When this body takes another uniform that you wear, only the body uniform changes, but what's there inherited with you doesn't change. When you come and reverberate in the same energy, so these skills actually come out. You will understand that, oh, I actually have this capacity to sing. Who gave this? Oh, I actually have the capacity to play the tabla. See, many things actually happens naturally without you knowing. How does it happen? Who operates this? We don't know. Then finally we will make a statement saying that it's Bhagwan's blessings. A lot of things, a lot of skills that we have been given is actually Bhagwan's blessings. We think that we have that talent and we are the ones really doing it. But no, the talent is just a gift that is given to you, and you enhance, you nurture the talent and make it better. See, if you want to cut vegetables, you can't have a blunt knife and you think about cutting vegetables. You need to sharpen it. So given the talent, you have to polish it and you enhance it. And when a polished talent is being shared, everyone benefits in that. So that is called seva. So in this, Swami has very beautifully structured this bhajan singing into raga, thala and bhava. Raga means you have to have a tune to it. Thala means you have to have a rhythm to it. And bhava is the most beautiful aspect of this namasmarana that cannot be taught. We can't teach you how to have bhava. It has to be developed from the love and passion that you have in this namasmarana business that we are talking about. So the first one here, raga, if you look at the slide, it is written there, Shruti, Mata, Laya, Pita. We all know who are Mata and Pita, right? Our mother and father. And Swami had equated Shruti to Mata and Laya to Pita. That means Shruti and the rhythm, Shruti means the pitch, and the rhythm, the tal, is equivalent to our mother and father. That important it is. See, when somebody is singing out of pitch, you'll get a little distracted in the bhajan session, right? Or somebody just, we are all engrossly clapping and the person just missed the beat. Like, hey, excuse me, what are you trying to do? This is not the beat. Or, the person would have started in a 6 beat and you're clapping in a different beat. Come on, please understand the nature of the bhajan. So this should be the right beat. So, in understanding this, it will make you offer the particular offering better. And we also need to understand that all of us have got different capacity and potentials. Right? So just because Naveen can sing Jaya Kailash in that very beautiful manner, I can't think that, because Naveen has rendered it, so I should be able to do that given that opportunity next Saturday in bhajans. This is the mindset that we all have. Oh, that is such a beautiful bhajan, brother, and you have rendered it so beautifully. And you go back home, you think that, let's try this out. Because we feel that SS3 Bhajan Hall is a stage. Right? is a stage that we can come and try out whatever that we think that we can. So sometimes there could be a little limitation. Let me tell you, even for my own self, whichever bhajans that Naveen is singing, I sometimes struggle to even chorus, because he has got a wide range of voice. He can take the lowest key possible. He can throw out his voice to the highest key possible.
I don't know which Naveen is talking about. It's not me.
We all know. We all know, right? We all know. So then that makes you to realize that you need to understand there are only certain. For that you can't do anything. Maybe probably you have to delve deep into doing a lot of practices. It comes along with a lot of sadhana. I'm not saying that you can't be Naveen. You can be Naveen, but the journey could be longer. Probably for Naveen is different because he has already done all these sadhanas in his past birth already. I told you, he has already inherited in his vasana. So enough sadhanas are done. So now this session is all about Naveen. So enough sadhanas being done, yes, we would be able to do that. So understanding the range of our pitch is important with the help of your bhajan coordinator, especially the harmonist. So I'm sure all of your centers, there will be a harmonium player, lead harmonium player, there will be a lead tabla player and all that, who can assist you in telling this. This particular bhajan may not be suitable for you because it doesn't fall within your range, means accept it at that point of time. Take it positively, thinking that, wow, I'm given an opportunity to do more sadhana. Don't think it that, when Naveen can sing Jaya Kailashapate, why I can't sing? Of course you can, but given that amount of time and practice. So this is where a bhajan coordinator's role is so important, because Swami has installed him there for a particular reason. Bhajan coordinators are not simply sitting there and to take down keys or to simply reject your songs. They have gone through a certain level of understanding, I believe. Because Swami won't plant anyone anywhere. He has got reasons of doing this.
Who's the bhajan coordinator here? Brother Ramesh, right? If you notice, Brother Ramesh, you see he doesn't have hair in the middle.
Naveen is also leading.
I'm also the same. Bhajan coordinators go through this. We lose hair. Because of the amount of responsibility that they have, right, in managing the bhajans and managing the singers who want to come and sing and the instrumentalists, they lose all the hair in the head. Eventually they become bald.
Hey, don't scare me, la. National bhajan coordinator still have some hair.
Just a joke, brother. But that is what Brother Shankar is saying. That is the importance of the bhajan coordinator. So in today's session, we'll understand, especially towards the end, why the bhajan coordinator is there and why it's important for us to listen to what the bhajan coordinator says. Right? We have to understand that nothing is said out of spite. Okay? Today you're singing this bhajan, right? You are not going to sing this bhajan forever. As long as I'm bhajan coordinator, you are not singing it. That's not going to happen. Right? No one has that intention. Right? Nobody has that intention. No one doesn't want you to sing a bhajan because they don't like you or they don't like the song. They are saying it because that particular bhajan probably doesn't suit your voice. Probably you can render another bhajan much better. Right? Or maybe for that day, that session, that bhajan is not suitable for that session. Right? Because you got 9 bhajans and you want to sing another slow song and there are already 6 slow songs. How la? Cannot, isn't it? Right? So the bhajan coordinator, you have to understand, has got a very, 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 very strong responsibility here to make sure the bhajan experience is applicable and satisfying for everyone. Okay? So please, from now on, don't let Brother Ramesh lose any more hair. He needs whatever hair that's left on his head. Okay? So whatever he says has got a reason for it. Okay, but that being said, we're talking about raga, right? So how can we delve into this raga a bit more deeper?
See, every song has got its own tune infused in it. We have to understand the tune and we have to get the tune into our head, and then only we can naturally render the bhajan. Right? And there are so many different type of sankirtanas that Swami has introduced in our bhajans that we have. And this sankirtana is intertwined with this kirtan, music, melody, right? And it gives a different feel. Okay? So we can't have like a very slow bhajan at the end of the bhajan session. Right? Because it gives a different feel. Because we always want to end the bhajan session with a very high note. We want to feel that vibration so that we can carry it back with us. So everything has been, curated in a manner that caters to different people's needs. Right? So that's where, if you look at the slides here, there are 4 kinds of kirtanas, sankirtanas that actually have been mentioned here. The first one is called as Nama Sankirtana. Second one is Bhava Sankirtana. The other one is Leela Sankirtana. And finally is Guna Sankirtana. Let's look at the definition a little bit. Then we will do a little bit of demonstration over here. Right? Nama. Nama means name. So repetition of the Lord's name, different name, because this one Lord Krishna, he's so beautiful that we want to describe him in many different names. Sometimes we also, if given one name, sometimes different friends like to call us in different ways, different names. At home, probably your parents will call you, Kabinesh always very lovingly, he likes to call everybody Appu, though I have got a name Shankar. So like that, this handsome Krishna, when you look at him, you want to call him Madhusudana, you want to call him Gopala, you want to call him Nandanandana. You want to describe him in a different way because you adore him so much. So that is Nama Sankirtana. The other one is Bhava Sankirtana. Bhava means we all know that in-depth feeling that we have. We want to get connected to something, we have to pour out our feeling. And that feel is actually normally intertwined with your melody of the song. A particular song that has got that mellifluous feel will help you to project the bhava easily. A Shiva bhajan will give you a lot of vibrant feeling. There are 1-2 very subtle Shiva bhajans also, but most of the Shiva bhajans are composed in the rag Revati. Revati rag is very vibrant. It awakens you, especially when you are doing this 12 hours Namasmarana during Shivaratri continuously, and we want to stay awake throughout the night, you have to carry some bhajan with a lot of vibrance in it. So that is the feel that it creates. And next one is Leela Sankirtana. This Lord is very playful. Swami has done a lot of pranks, a lot of miracles, and if you want to connect to the Leela, some of us like his Leelas, we like to see Swami materializing Vibhuti. We like to see how Swami actually does a lot of things in a very joking manner. So these are the different pranks that Swami plays. And finally is Guna Sankirtana. Guna means attributes, characteristics. You are describing the characteristics and attributes of this beautiful Lord whom we see. So Sai bhajans have got all this where you can project this. Now when you understand this deeply, it will help you to bring out the required bhava for the particular song very easily. Let's look at one example, the very first example, which is on Nama Sankirtana. I said Nama Sankirtana means you can say different names of the Lord, right? Give me one bhajan with the name, one example of this Nama Sankirtana bhajan that comes out to your mind. Bhajan singers, regular attendees.
So bhajans are comprised of just the name of the Lord. Simple names of the Lord. What can we have? Come on. Very good.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Very nice. Om Namo Shivaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. These are all different names of Lord. Right? Another example from the brothers. Shivaya Nama Shiva Shivaya Nama Shiva Shivaya Nama Om Nama Shivaya. Right? So we will look at one example, probably Naveen.
Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva Shiva Shankara Hara Parameshwara Saishwaraya Namo. शिव शिव शंकर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमः। What are the words in this bhajan? Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Then Shiva Shiva Shankara Hara Parameshwara Saishwaraya Nama Om. Any complicated words here? All just the name of the Lord.
If you are an aspiring bhajan singer who's just beginning your journey here in bhajan singing, I think this should be the kind of songs that you should select on Nama Sankirtana, because there aren't any complicated words over here, because you have to know the Lord's names, that's all. It's as easy as that, because sometimes when too many other complicated words comes in describing the attributes, characteristics, the Leela part or the Mahima part and all that, then the mind will be thinking, oh my God, I have to remember all these different difficult words. Not all bhajans have got simple words also. So sometimes they are different words, difficult words, some rare words, because we are not exposed, we are not all Sanskrit scholars, right? So the easiest way, because you want to be part of this group, the easiest way is to use this tool using the Nama Sankirtana, because the bhajans here in Nama Sankirtana, the words are not very difficult. Now the next one is Bhava Sankirtana. Like I said, Bhava is another very important aspect. And Bhava Sankirtana only comes when you understand the nature of the bhajan, how the bhajan has been composed.
The meaning as well.
Yeah, the meaning as well. Because the meaning helps you to connect to the song. Okay, naturally the tune is built like this song. The example that we have here for Bhava Sankirtana is Nandalala bhajan. You all know that bhajan? Nandalala, Nandalala, Daya Karo Bhagavan. Not only the meaning, the tune, as well as the words. When you use words like Daya, Daya Karo, come and shower me with a lot of mercy and compassion. Bhava Sagar se par utaro. Take me across this ocean. You know, this ocean of samsara. There's a lot of difficulties that I have to go through in this life. Ordeals that I have to face. You come and be my charioteer and take me along. Be my boatman and take me along. Help me cross this ocean. Daya karo Bhagavan. That means you're calling out to the Lord. Please come and give me your daya. Like we said just now, when you're in trouble, when you're calling out, you have to really call out with that much of intensity. Kripa karo Bhagavan. And finally we sing, Tumhari sharan bin anat hai hum. You have already called out to him and he has already come to you. And finally what do? You just surrender to him. Tumhari sharan bin anat hai hum. Daya karo Bhagavan. Kripa karo Bhagavan. This particular song is tuned in the raga called Shivaranjani. Shivaranjani really will help you to bring out that real intensity and pining for the Lord. And when it is infused with that related words that is leading towards that bhava and understanding the meaning behind each and every word, when all this put together, it is like as if a garland that you are offering to the Lord. See, if you want to offer a garland to the Lord, you have to have your flowers. The flowers must have their stems, so that you can fasten the garland with a thread that you want to attach it to, and finally you adorn that on the Lord. So all these three aspects is so important. The flower is important, the string is important, to hold them in position. So same thing in Bhava also the same thing. So all these three aspects that we were talking about should be there. We want to try. So I'm sure that you would want to listen to Naveen singing Nandalala, right? So let's listen.
Nandalala, Nandalala, daya karo Bhagavan. भव सागर से पार उठारो, दया करो भगवान, कृपा करो तुम्हारी शरण बिन अनाथ हैं हम, दया करो भगवान, कृपा करो नंदलाला, दया करो भगवान.
Next, Leela Sankirtana. Leela, as I said, we are talking about the miraculous aspects that this Lord has created for us. So in this, miracles means maybe a lot of things that happens around us that is out of our control, because only He is able to do that miracle, because we are all not miraculous people. We can't do magic like what He does, right? So this creation is His miracle, the biggest miracle ever. So for an example song like Brahmanda Nayaka, if you look at the bhajan, the meaning of the bhajan, they are describing all the miraculous creation that's happening around us. Chand aur suraj tumne banaye. We have got Brother Suraj over there, sitting there. Brother Suraj, what is the meaning of your name? Sun. What is Chand? Moon. Who created the moon? Who created the sun? This is His miraculous creation. So imagine sun says, I'm just getting too tired every day. Nobody is appreciating me. I show up every day. See, bhajans, we have got our own preference. We feel like going on this Saturday, we will go. 2 Saturdays, we want to go for some birthday party or some wedding or something else. We can take off. Imagine sun sends you an email saying that, I'm too tired showing up every day. Next 1 week, I'm taking off. You manage your life by yourself. So what would be the kind of life that we have to lead in that darkness for the rest 1 week? You can't even imagine.
No life only.
No life, no food, nothing. So there's no world, there's no universe. This is the kind of creation, miraculous creation. I have to use the word miraculous creation because we don't appreciate it. When it's overly scorching, the heat is so overly scorching out there, we complain. Oh shit, today I'm like, what is this? Sweating profusely. I know I'm feeling so sticky here and there, and this sun is like just too irritating today. And on the other side, the mothers will be complaining, today only I decided to wash all my clothes, decided to change my curtains in the house, and I've dumped everything in that washing machine. I want to have a good sun today so that all my clothes can get dried very nicely. But then, the sun wouldn't show up that day, brightly. Right? So, this is the miracle that we talk about. We can't control, we can't say that we don't have a switch and a button for this. We can't say, moon, you can come out today in the morning. Tomorrow you go back to evening, late night. Today you decide you can come back. We don't have this a switch to control this. So all these switches are being controlled by this Bhagwan, by this God, by this creation, by this creator. So that's why we call this as Leela Sankirtana, that is beyond our comprehension. And there is such a bhajan which is able to describe even this. Alright? So let's look at the demonstration of this.
Brahmanda Nayaka Baba Partipurishwar Baba चांद और सूरज तुमने बनाए नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए अयोध्या नगरी तुमने बनाई द्वारका नगरी तुमने बसाई शिरडी परती तुमने बनाई ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा परतिपुरीश्वर बाबा.
And the next example here is on Guna Sankirtana. Guna means, I said, characteristics and attributes, describing the characteristics of the particular deity that we are talking about. It could be Lord Rama, Lord Krishna. All these different Lord forms have got different characteristics connected to them. Right? So we have got one example over here on the bhajan, Jai Jai Rama. Are you all familiar with that bhajan?
Maybe you listen to it, then we'll.
Jaya Jaya Rama, Jaya Raghurama, Dasharatha Nandana Raja Rama. Abhaya Pradayaka Anandadayaka Tribhuvana Mohana Sita Rama Danava Bhanjana Dinodharana beautifully this bhajan is describing the attributes of the Lord. Jaya Jaya Rama, Jaya Raghu Rama. He comes from the dynasty of Raghu. Dasharatha Nandana Raja Rama. We all know he's the son of Dasharatha. He's Raja Rama. Right? He's the king. Abhaya Pradayaka Anandadayaka. Abhaya means he's always in a blessing mood. If you see, look at our Bhagavan also, Bhagavan always in his Abhaya Sta. There's a difference between Abhaya and Abhaya. When you slightly tweak the word, instead of saying Abhaya and you say Abhaya, the Asta becomes dangerous. Bhaya. So sometimes when you say things, words also, pronunciation, we have to be very careful. So Abhaya Pradayaka means the one is always in the mood of giving. The one who wants to grant us boons all the time. So that's why he is called as Abhaya Pradayaka, Anandadayaka. Ananda means we all know what? Bliss. It's beyond happiness. Something that we can't even describe through words. You have to feel. Tribhuvana Mohana Sita Rama. He is the one who controls the three bhuvanas, three lokas. He controls the earth, he controls the universe, he controls everything. Everything is under his control. Tribhuvana Mohana Sita Rama. He is Janaki Rama, he is Sita Rama. His consort is Mother Sita. Danava Bhanjana Dino Dharana. The one who comes and blesses and gives all kind of support for the downtrodden and needy ones. Prema Sagara Sai Rama. He's the ocean of love. He's full of love. So we are describing this. When you're doing such a thing, you can really feel Rama's attributes that we have seen him enacting in this entire Ramayana epic. You can see him as the son of Lord King Dasharatha, and you can see him as the consort, the better half of Sita. And then you can see his dharmic actions that he is bringing out, and as a dharmic son, as a dharmic brother, as a dharmic ruler. And we know that the way that he has ruled the kingdom, everybody loved this divine being because he's full of love. He's Prema Sagara. So you're describing all these different characteristics and attributes that we have learned and heard and listened, from our Balvikas gurus. And it is just being composed very nicely in one bhajan. So these are the different types of Sankirtanas. Then we will move on to the next aspect.
So before that, now you all got homework to do. You must be prepared for homework. May not just come listen. Oh, very nice session today and go home. No. You got homework to do.
I mean, I think that's what happens when you have two lecturers in front.
A teacher and a lecturer. No, so the very simple homework. All right. Now the homework here is whatever bhajans you all sing, right? Whatever bhajans that you all are singing, try and categorize these bhajans into the various categories. And now why do we need to do this? It is, of course, it's not important, but it helps because in a way you will know how to connect to the bhajan in a way, right? If you know this is Nama Sankirtana, you know that you just need to know the names of the Lord, right? If you know this is Bhava Sankirtana, you'll have to, probably meditate on the bhajan a little bit more to understand what the meaning is, right? So if you can categorize your bhajans, the bhajans that you sing, all right, into these various categories, in a way it will help you, all right? Now this is not the only categories we're talking about. Shankar will now go into the next few categories of bhajans where Swami has made bhajans so versatile, right? So let's see how he has done this.
See, different people come with different kind of liking, preferences when you attend a bhajan session, right? Some people really get connected to Shiva bhajans. They really look forward to such high, vibrant bhajan. Most of the people, they like to listen to very melodious bhajan, slow, soothing, calming, composing bhajans. So like that, the Sai bhajans have given us a wide platter, I would say. You can actually choose. And you can see where do you connect yourself the most. So can we have all the genres on the screen, please? So we have got various different genres over here. So we have got Carnatic type bhajans, right? We have got Hindustani type of bhajans. We have got Western feel bhajans, light music or film music bhajan, and ghazal style bhajan.
See, Swami is so compassionate. He has, how does it he's allowed any one of us with any particular taste in music to enjoy a bhajan. Right?
Where is your inclination towards?
Correct.
Yeah.
So if you are the type who prefers the more ghazal type singing, there's so many ghazal type bhajans out there. If you prefer the one that's more light, simple, nostalgic, there's so many of those kind of bhajans there as well. So it's almost like Swami is saying, you sing any kind of bhajan, where rap, rock, whatever, right, new metal or whatever the bhajans, K-pop, whatever, you just put, instead of singing, putting your, your Korean singers' names there, you put Swami's name there. That's it, it's enough, that's it, right? As long as Swami's name is there, it will be enough to reach the Lord if you sing it with the purpose. But that is Swami's.
See, be it any kind of genres, you can actually invoke the devotion in any kind of the genres. Doesn't mean that Carnatic is like a little complicated and difficult to sing with all the nuances, gamakas, pulling and extra that you give. You know, that kind of complexity is able to give you that bhava in that no. Even if you are able to sing in a very Western style, and you are a person who is more inclined towards that Western kind of music, you will be able to generate that kind of bhava as well. So be it any kind of forms, it could be different genres that we are talking about, but you need to identify what are you resonating to. They all know, they will always tell me, I'm very, they will, if it is any other songs that they want to choose for me, means select for me, means they'll go to something that is related to Carnatic. They will feel that, okay, this Carnatic bhajan will suit you. So like for Naveen, we will say, okay, I think a lot of Hindustani bhajans actually kind of like really suit him very well. Though he can actually carry all the bhajans well in all the different genres, right?
I got nothing to give you after this, okay?
I'm trying to.
He's expecting something from me, I think.
Right? So, but we can actually identify where is our inclination towards. And that would help us to carry the bhajan even better, because you are finding out what is your natural instinct, right? So along that, that we are talking about this, what is this, on the different various genres of music, let's look at a few demonstrations that we can see. All right, the first one, I think. Okay, so we will do demonstration this time without the chorus because we don't want to overshoot time, so we'll try to keep, yeah.
So as you are listening to the bhajan, see how we can relate the bhajan to the form, to the genre of the bhajan. So now we're looking at Carnatic, right? So what kind of an example of a Carnatic kind of bhajan? When we say Carnatic bhajan, it doesn't mean you have to sing it with the Carnatic feel. It's just that the nuances of the bhajan, some of the lines, some of the curves that you have to do has the Carnatic touch to it. All right? It doesn't mean you have to be a Carnatic singer to sing it. All right? But it's just the touches are there. And it is important to have those touches in the bhajan because it's composed like that. Okay? So, yeah. Let's see.
Kasturi tilakam narayanam kamalanayanam narayanam kamalanayanam narayanam kasturi tilakam narayanam.
So you can see, right, how the lines go. Kasturi. Now you have to sing those nuances because it's part of the bhajan. It's a Carnatic style of bhajan, right?
That's how the bhajan has been composed actually, yeah. So the next demonstration is for Hindustani. So let's look at this bhajan. Ghana Ghana.
Ghana Ghana Neela Vadana Ati Sundara Megha Shamala Madhava Murahara Megha Shamala you see the feel is slightly more smooth, right? Ghana ghana nila vadana ati sundar. So compared to the Carnatic, which is a bit more rigid, right? This is a bit more smooth, right? So it's
That will
different
have a lot of
genre.
curves. This will have a lot of glides.
Correct. Yes.
All right.
Nicely put.
Next one is on Western. So let's look at this demonstration.
So when you say Western kind of bhajan, we are talking about more chord-based, right? On the harmonium, how many of you are harmonists here? Any harmonists here? Akash here. Anyone else? No one else? Yeah, Anne is there at the back. Come on, Anne.
Aspiring harmonists.
Yeah, any aspiring or learning to play the harmonium? Nice. Okay.
Nice.
So when we talk about Western kind of bhajan, we're talking about chords. So these bhajans have got a lot of chords that you can play, very Western style of chords. Okay, so we can see one example here. Antarayami Sai Purna Brahma Avatari He Giridhari Hridaya Vihari Krishna Kunja Vihari. So here when you go He Giridhari da 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 Hridaya Vihari da 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 da. See that chord that da 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 Krishna Kunja Vihari. So the Western style of feel comes into this. So for a bhajan like this, the harmonium plays a big role. If you touch the right chords, you really bring out the feel of the bhajan.
And the next one is on light music. So we will look at the demonstration for this. हे अनाथ नाथ साई तुम हो अंतरयामी तुम हो मेरे भगवान तुम हो मेरे भगवान.
So bhajan is very nostalgic. It feels like you are from the olden days, you know. Hey Anath Nath Sai तुम हो मेरे भगवान हृदय मंदिर में सहारा दो. So it's like it's very olden time kind of. It gives you the very nostalgic kind of feel. So these are the more light film kind of music. You can actually a lot of film songs are based on these kind of tunes, right? Especially the older ones, right? So these kind of bhajans also we have.
See, when we sing this, when we understand the nature of this bhajan, and we really listen to how it is being sung, then we won't have the tendency of changing the nature of the bhajan. So sometimes what happens, you want to add a little bit here. And then what happens, you are changing the nature of the bhajan. So you can't like do too much to that. So just follow and listen to how the bhajan is being composed so that we don't distort that actual bhava or the actual feel of the bhajan, all right? And the last type will be the ghazal type.
माधव मोहन श्याम मुरारी राधा वल्लभ हृदय विहारी माधव मोहन श्याम मुरारी. So you see there are a lot of curves here. It's very difficult to pull it off, right? So but this is the ghazals type of singing. It's very melodious, it's very slow, it's very captivating, right? Normally the difficult bhajans all fall under this category, right? When you sing lines like Madhava Mohan Shama Mura, so all those Shama Murari, so the ghazal type of touches come into it, right?
I think as children, normally we would fall into this category of singing most of the Hindustani kind of bhajans or Western bhajans or even the light music bhajan. I think, right? Because they are most of the bhajans that are easier to sing, they are within this category, Right. So in Shruti also we were speaking about range. Just now I was mentioning to you, you have to understand the range that we have been blessed with. So sometimes we have got this wide range capacity, medium range capacity, and also rather low range capacity. So we should also, with the help of your bhajan coordinator, you should know where, in which range that you fall, so that you can identify songs which fall within this category and you can pick them and render them better. Right, so let's look at one example from high range. What do I mean by high range? High range means mostly it completes one octave.
Everyone knows what's an octave?
Yeah.
Anyone does not know what an octave is? If you don't know, please put your hands up. We can show it to you.
How many notes are there in an octave?
Seven, 7, 8, 7, 8. I heard 12 just now. So in an octave we have, if you start from C, we have C.
Actually in an octave we have only seven notes. Sapta swara we call, right? Sapta means
the
seven.
main notes.
Yeah.
So C, D, E, F, G, A, or Sa, Re, Ga, Ma, Pa, Da, Ni. Right?
And then it ends with Sa. So you have got another new octave, starts with that higher Sa and it continues. Right? So that is, so if that particular bhajan is composed having all these notes that I've mentioned, because it's a wide range, from Sa to Ni, it's actually a very wide range. And if you are able to carry that bhajan in this range, that means you generally have got this high range that you naturally have inherited. All right? So let's look at the example of this high range bhajan. So meaning it starts in a very low pitch and it goes high.
Bolo bolo sab mil bolo Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Bolo bolo sab mil bolo Om Namah Shivaya. Juta jata mein gandhadari Trishuladhari Damaru bhajaye.
So he started off very low and you can see that, right? So the next one is medium range. Medium range, sometimes we can't go like just like Kabi has got that capacity of doing it, doesn't mean that I also should have the same capacity, right? So let's look at the other example on medium range.
Gopala Radhalola Murali Lola Nandalala Keshava Madhava Janardana Vanamala Brindavana Bala Murali Lola Nandalala. So in this bhajan we saw that we started Gopala. The highest we went was Keshavama. You are going slightly high, but it's not that high, right? So the range is still within that capacity, within that range, but you're not going too high. Okay, you're not going as high as bolo 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 juta. So it's very high, very wide. But this one is Gopala Keshavama. So it's still within that range.
So even if you are in this range, you don't have to feel sad about it, right? Because many people feel that, I'm not blessed because they think that, if I'm able to sing very high only, I'm a great singer. See, all this greatness and all that is nothing. Forget about all that, all right? Given a chance even to sing Jai Guru Omkara is also the best opportunity ever to render to Lord, right? So we don't care about all this. We are introducing this because we just want to show you so that you can identify yourself where you can categorize yourself. In order, it's easy for you to pick the right song for yourself. So if a bhajan coordinator might come and say, okay, I think it's time for you to change today's choice to another song. So it's not to make you feel bad, actually. So that maybe you still have got some time to work on it, because you can still work on your range. Right? You can still work. You can go to the other stage. But like I said, there's a lot of sadhanas and there's a lot of practice we'll have to go through. We have to go through to reach to that stage. And next one is low range. Now you see, as our age catch up, so we are all in that stage now where we are able to still take songs with wide range and all that. There will be a day that, you know, though we have already been in this singing era ever since young, but you will come to a stage where you will realize that gradually everything is reducing. See, memory will first reduce. You can't remember the words. And then tal also, sometimes you'll realize that, you know, I'm unable to sing a fast bhajan because, you know, I can't keep up to the tempo. And finally, you will also realize that the range, that vocal range also has reduced. Because age has got a lot of factor in this, right? Because I see this in my parents. So because they have been singing for so many years, and now the kind of songs that they choose, they have kept within a particular low range. Because they have already touched 70 and they realize that they are unable to go really high and all that. And we have to accept it because this is nature. You don't have to feel bad about this also. Because this is just acceptance. Still, I'm getting that opportunity to render to Bhagwan. That is even more important than thinking that, no, 10 years back I was able to sing, you know, this bolo bolo sab mil bolo, and I can reach all the high notes, but I'm unable to do that now. It's okay. Pick a rather low range bhajan. So let's look at this example.
Bol Manuva Sitaram, Bol Manuva Radhesham, Madhura Madhura Naam, Bol Manuva Subhasham, Bol Manuva Sitaram, Bol Manuva Radhesham.
The bhajan is, that's all. All right. Even song like Jai Hari Krishna, Govardhana Giridhari. So it's a very short range. So within, probably the song is just falling within 3-4 keys. That's it. It doesn't go really high and all that. So we can.
I just wanted to add on. I think it's very important to remember this. Like, yes, we are seeing the different ranges. Like what Shankar mentioned earlier. It doesn't mean if you have a smaller vocal range, it means you are a lower quality singer. There's no such thing. One of the best singers I've ever heard in my life has got a range of about 5-6 notes. But because her notes are so strong, her sa is sa, alright? And it touches that. She's one of the best singers I've ever heard in my life because it is just within that, but her notes are so strong. Alright? Of course, she wouldn't have that wide vocabulary of songs that she can sing. But those few songs that she can sing it probably the best I've ever heard. Right? So it doesn't mean if your range is this much, it means you are a lower quality singer. No such thing. Please don't. And also, it doesn't mean if you have this wide range, I can sing all the bhajans, all the highest keys possible. That's also not right. Just because you sing higher doesn't mean you're a better singer. Right? Okay? So that is something that we all must understand here. We all have our ranges that we have to understand. But are we stuck there? Let's say this is our range now. Does that mean we are stuck there forever? Hello? No, not at all. Especially when you are young, right? You Balika students who are here, it's so nice to see a lot of you are here. The fact that you all are young, right? Your range is this much. In the next 4 or 5 years, if you do proper riyaz and proper practice and constantly singing bhajans and whatever songs you're singing, you will eventually progress and upgrade your range. It will happen. It will happen.
In fact, later we will introduce to you to some of the techniques that we can actually help them in part of being part of your sadhana to help you increase your range and also your voice clarity and modulation. Right. So we were talking about the projection. I mean the range, especially when you have got wide range, really requires a lot of projection. When you especially when you're singing the higher lines. So let's look at this demonstration, and then I want you to identify what's happening in this. What is this demonstration? All right.
Bolo bolo sab mil bolo Om Namah Shivaya.
bolo bolo sab.
जूट जटा में गंगाधारी त्रिशूलधारी डमरू बजाए.
So how was it? Any comments?
What happened?
Any comments? Yeah? Amsa wants to Hima wants to say something.
I'm in bliss.
You wanted to say, did you say very nice? Did you say very nice? Energetic. Okay. No, you have to be truthful. You can be really truthful, okay? You don't have to always say everything is nice. You can say not nice things as well. Right? So how was it? How was the demonstration?
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do it. We'll do it again, but this time in the way it's supposed to be, and then you all tell us what the difference was.
No, the thing is that they can't identify because he's unable to do it. Well, the whole
That is
idea
the
over here is, did you feel that he was projecting a little extra when he was singing the higher lines? He was a little too loud. Now that I'm saying, you're agreeing, but in the beginning you're very scared to point out our mistakes, right? It's like, these annas are going to they have been doing all right, and suddenly something that is not right. Should I highlight? Should I not highlight? No, we are here to learn from each other, right? So it was not really right also to do such a thing, because we naturally think when we are going to the higher line, meaning we can scream our lungs out. Though Kabi was trying, because he's not a person who naturally doesn't even talk in loudly, so that's why you can see him, right? So he was trying to, but yeah. So this is the tendency that we have sometimes without realizing. Doesn't mean that the line is going high, we have to scream our lungs out. We can still control and modulate our projection accordingly to keep the bhajan flowing well. So let's look at the right demonstration now.
बोलो बोलो सब मिल बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय. जूट जटा में गंगाधारी त्रिशूलधारी डमरू बजाए.
We understood the point, right?
Now you
So
can actually hear everything clearly, correct? You can hear the tabla, you can hear the harmonium, you can hear yourself singing chorus. Earlier, at some points, I think the tabla was going off, right? Because it is so loud, the tablis cannot hear what they are playing. And even you guys, when you started to come in for chorus, you didn't know when to come in, because his voice is still so loud and overwhelming, and it's over projecting, right?
these are what we call as distractions in
Correct.
bhajans.
Like what Shankar said, how Kabi did it was actually very beautifully done.
So that's why I even confuse the crowd whether
Really got anything wrong?
right? So this is one sort of a confusion. Let's look at the other type of confusion. We will go to the demonstrations straight so that you can identify and tell us.
Paramananda Govinda Gopal Jai.
Paramananda Govinda Gopal Jai.
Sai Nanda Mukunda Gopal Jai.
Sai Nanda Mukunda Gopal Jai.
Sai Krishna Hare Sai Rama Hare. Sai Keshava Madhava Mohan Hare.
Naveen,
What happened? Oh, you stop singing.
This
I am
nobody
in
sang,
bliss.
Naveen.
I am in bliss, okay? I'm feeling
Nobody
so much
sang.
of love. Huh?
Nobody sang.
What happened?
Shock Sendiri.
I haven't got to a nice line.
You all know what happened? Shock Sendiri. You all know the term Shock Sendiri, right?
I'm here trying to, bring in all
He's
my
already in his
curves.
raptures of ecstasy already. People are confused out there. Should I sing? Should I not sing? Should I chorus? Should I clap? Everyone is confused. Even the harmoniist is like, no, should I play for the chorus? Should I play for the lead? Everyone is confused. So what happened there? Why?
Brother? The time of syllabus, okay. What was I doing to affect that? I was dragging and I was doing a lot of variation. Variation. Now this variation is very taboo topic in bhajans. We have seen many examples of variations that have historically altered the, the reputation of certain bhajans. But anyway, sometimes we feel like a certain bhajan, we need to do something to make it sound nice.
See,
Right?
all these variations, alap, you can do them if you are doing a group musical performance, probably, right? Aradhana is coming, Swami's birthday is coming. So there is a performance that you are dealing with, right? But it doesn't really require the congregation to follow you, because whatever variation that he is able to do just now, we won't be able to do that as we are singing in chorus. And not only that, it's actually not required. Why do we need to complicate it so much? Right, so we all think, we have this mindset thinking that when I do this variation, only then I'm a great singer. And if you have done the variation and it had come out properly on that day, means you'll be still waiting for some 5-6 fellas to come and tell you, today you did that best variation ever, that one particular touch in that, line, oh my God, I've already gone to heaven. I wanted to come back, but I just stayed there. So this is where there is a difference between thinking this is a performance stage and a place where given an opportunity to render to Bhagwan. So if we come with the mindset thinking that, I have to really show my talent today, means then you will think this is a stage. But if you really think that, I have come here today to do seva. Remember, falling back to the first statement that was introduced in the first segment today, seva, that is to invoke devotion in myself and in the others. Naturally, all these feelings will never come out, and even all this extra shock to people will also won't come out. So when you're doing this too much, you're actually shocking people, you're confusing people, right?
Because what happens is, when you do something like that, people will start focusing on the way you're singing the bhajan. Correct? So where is the distraction? Where is the focus gone? The focus has gone to...
Ideally, where should people be focusing
Ideally, where
on?
should be the focus on? Swami's image, right? Or whatever is it that you're trying to focus on, the deity that you're singing about. But at that moment of time, the focus changes to the singer and the lines and the curves that they're doing. And then the singer here is expecting, after bhajan today, I'm going to get 5 people to come to me and say, Brother, kya baat hai? What song is sang today? Right? The whole purpose of the bhajan is...
See, this is what I've heard from Swami students, Mandir boys. After bhajan finishes in the particular session, they run out of Sai Kulwant Hall to wherever they are supposed to go. They don't even wait there. You know why? They are so scared people might just come after them and say that, wow, such a beautiful rendition today. We really felt Swami. They don't even want to hear such remarks. And to them, they think that if they hear such remarks, meaning they have not done their seva properly. Because they think that their seva should be only helping people to reach God, not them. They are this mere intermediate people acting as instruments. So they don't want to get the credit out of that. The instruments should not get the credit. They want the credit to be, the offering to directly be offered to the Lord. So they run away. Right? So this is how humility is being practiced. Some of the little points that we can actually learn from them and put into practice. Should we take 5 minutes break? Or
do you have any questions regarding Shruti? Anyone has got anything that they want to clarify? Any burning question that you have you want to ask right now? Anybody? Please remember, as it is, it's an interactive session, so you can ask at any time. Anyone's got any questions? No? It's either we're doing a really good job or a really bad job. I'm thinking more of the latter. I'm waiting for That's how bad we are. Okay. All right, got it. We got the message. When are people going to say, I need a break, I need a break. Okay, then if there's no question, but please do have, if you have questions in mind, do keep it. You can ask at any time.
Yeah, you can write it in keep.
Write it in
Later we
paper
will
or
have
something.
Q&A session, so you can ask us. So we will take 5 minutes break.
How
I
long?
think.
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
I
break,
think let's
is that
keep it 10. Now it's 11:05.
Okay.
11:15. Yeah.
Okay. So we will congregate, get back here into the hall at 11:15. Is that okay? Apparently there's coffee upstairs, so please. Good. Thank you. Please come back. Don't run away. Huh? The hall must either be more than this or the same. Okay, at least it should be the same.
शंकर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमो
शिव शिव शंकर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमो
शिव शिव शंकर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमो
हरि ओम नमः शिवाय
हरि ओम नमः शिवाय
शिव शिव शंकर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमो
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 हरि ओम नमः
शिवाय
Sairam? Okay, so probably you'll just have a quick recap. What did we do in the morning? It's still morning, but what did we do the first half of the morning, right? So we started by setting the scene on the whole practice of, or the activity of singing bhajans. Why do we need to sing it aloud? Namaswarana. Then we moved into the different sankirtans that we have in bhajans. How many were there in the morning? 4. Very good. Then the different genres of singing, Western, Carnatic, and Hindustani, and a few others. And then the different range of bhajans, right, that we have. That's 3, correct, very good. Okay, and then, but the most important thing that we did mention earlier was connecting it back to the purpose of why we sing bhajans. And what was the purpose again? To invoke devotion in oneself and others. So in any activity that we do in the center or in the Sai organization, there is always a spiritual reason for it. It's just not any activity done for the sake of doing an activity. So bhajan singing, similarly, the reason for it is for this, is to invoke the devotion in oneself and others. So going into the next part of today's session, which is on tal or tala, all right? And before we go into the definition of tala or why is it important, can I just ask all of you, who do you think is responsible to keep the tala of bhajans? Sorry? The percussion instrument, the rhythm is.
Just say it out loud.
Yeah, I can't hear it. So the rhythm is,
Louder,
right?
louder.
Who are these rhythmists you're talking about? The tabla player, the nal player, the jalra player, all right? Tambourine, sorry? Harmonium, yes, because the harmonium starts the song, right? If it's a slow song and a harmonium player is playing very fast, sometimes he can, probably get the singer to sing it fast because he's played the intro fast, okay? But is it only someone who's got an instrument is responsible?
Hey,
Not
cheating,
really, right?
cheating. You had the answer from here. This lecturer is very generous.
I give the question and I will give you the answer as well.
All right, so yeah, it's just not someone who's got the instrument. So someone who does not have the instrument or any instrument is also responsible. Do we agree with that?
I
So-
think that shows the collective effort, right?
Yeah.
That's why we are sitting as a group.
So this topic is not only relevant for people who are directly contributing, but it's also relevant for every one of us who are indirectly contributing to the tala of bhajans, right? And you will realize actually there's more power. Sometimes, the people who are clapping actually hold more power sometimes than the main instruments themselves. Very simple. Tabla player, only one player. How many people are clapping for bhajans? You can mic it up also, but if 100 people are clapping, it's louder, right? So you have the power, all right? How do you use it in bhajans? Now let's discuss that. First,
with great power comes great
responsibility. Yeah, all right? So it's just not the feel-good factor of having the power, but how do we, execute it responsibility? So what is tala? A rhythmic. Can we all read this together? All right. So from this itself, we can see that tala is not there. Right? There's no collaboration. A proper rhythm is everywhere. Can we do it together? All right. Probably someone should take the lead in saying 1, 2, 3. So I'll do that. All right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
On beat.
now on beat. Okay. All right. So rhythmic pattern of beats. So the word pattern is very interesting here. So a lot of things that can be explored. It's quite wide. All right. But why is it important? Let's read this together also. 1, 2, 3.
Maintains the timely speed of the cycle of beats.
Okay. So I'll just give you an example, right? Just visualize somebody walking. All right, someone walking now. And can you imagine this person walking on a certain speed and suddenly walking fast and suddenly stopping and suddenly walking slow and suddenly running all in a space of 50 meters? When you look at that, what comes to your mind? Something's wrong, right? You're worried, right? It might be a medical issue or something like that. I mean, okay, medical issue, right? Let's talk about your heartbeat. Can you imagine now you're sitting down here? Okay, it's fine. But suddenly your heartbeat is fast. It's pumping, right? And then suddenly it's slowing down or it's just everywhere. What are you worried about? Your health. You're worried about your health, right? Something might just happen, right? Now, that is how important it is for bhajans. Trust me, brothers and sisters, if someone is not singing on the raga, the bhajan can still go on. Yes, it is a distraction, but you can still manage. But when someone doesn't sing on tala, the bhajan can stop. I do not know whether you have experienced it before, but you will realize that it actually stops. So it's so important for the main singer to be very, very strong about tala, and everyone who's accompanying also to be very, very equally, supportive of the singer. All right. So this is a very, very important topic. No matter, sometimes when Swami says, right, when he explains about bhajans, he said Bharata, right? Ba is for Bhava, Raga is for and tala is this one, right? The last. So I wonder why tala is the last. So over the years, I've convinced myself, like, we save the best for the last. All right. So so Swami knows
Nice
it,
interpretation.
So we save the best for the last. All right. So tala is equally important. All right. Tala is equally important. And now, how many speeds do we have in a bhajan session or in a bhajan? 2 speeds. 2 speeds, huh? You're very sure about that? 3. Oh, now I'm hearing a different answer. Okay, so it's 2 or 3 now? 4. Just got a new number. All right, so is it 2, 3, or 4? Please don't say 5. Because if you say 5, then the tabla player probably needs an oxygen tank with him. He would not be able to cope with 5. All right? So it's, how many of you all say it's 2? All right, only 2 people saying 2.
Hands up,
Only 2 people here saying 2. Because as far as I know, if you have 12 songs in the bhajans, are you trying to tell me only 1 or 2 songs has 2 speeds? And the rest has got 3 or 4 speeds? No, right? So I'm asking here, how many of you all say it's 2? All right, 3. All right, 4. All right. So most songs, let's have some guide here. How many speeds? So there are 3 speeds lah. there are 3 speeds. You have slow, medium, and fast. All right. So a combination of 2 speeds are common. A combination of 3 speeds are used towards the end of bhajans, especially when a song has a climax. And you see, we have not put 4 there. All for a very important reason. All right. Okay. Practically in a bhajan, yes, you can have 4 speeds, but highly encourage that decision to be made in the bhajan practice itself, not an impromptu decision in a bhajan.
Mostly happens only for the last bhajan in that list that we have created, yeah?
But the scene today is we're probably having it even not for the last bhajan. Even the second last bhajan seems to have the third or fourth speed. Sometimes even the second last bhajan before that also seem to have it. Now this is a very worrying situation for a tabla player. All right, sorry, I have to represent the tabla players a little bit here.
How many of you all play drums? Tabla, dolak, naal in the center? Yeah, come on, be proud. Sisters, anyone? No. Okay, all right.
All right, so
Quite a few.
so a combination of 2 speeds, or 3 speeds are the usual combinations that we have in a bhajan session. How many types of beats are there for bhajans? Okay, 8 beats. I hear 8 beats, so that's one type of beat that we have. 6 beats, all right? 4 beats. Okay, so 4 beats, we don't really have 4 beats. It's usually 8 beats, all right? So 8 beats, 6 beats, these are very common, right? 5 and 7, okay. We don't say 5 also, we will say 10.
10.
It's called japtal, 10, all right? So 10 beats, okay. So, good, I think most of you all don't have to, we can just run through the slides very fast. So how many beats are there? 8 beats and 6 beats. So I've heard 8 beats and 6 beats because you all know that these are the most common. 70% of bhajans are actually on 8 beats. 6 beats, we have about another 20%.
Maybe you all can give a few examples of 6-beat bhajans that comes to your mind quickly.
6 beats. Correct. JJ Bhavanima. All right. JJ Bhavanima is a 6-beat bhajan. All right. So it's 70% 8 beats, 20% 6 beats. So the remaining 10% is all the others that you see there. We have 3 beats, 7 beats, and 10 beats. Actually, we don't have something called 3 beats. It's only 6 beats, but because it's a slower version of 6, so to keep it simple in terms of explanation, we'll say 3 beats. Okay? All right. Now, the question you asked Shankar just now, example of a 6-beat song. Now, let's see how do we clap for these songs? All right, so let's have a demonstration for 8 beats. All right, let's have a demonstration for 8 beats. Without the tabla, just the harmonium and the singer and all of us.
Satyam Shivam Sundaram.
You can clap.
Satyam Shivam Sundaram.
Okay, so I heard a few things here. So the first thing is, of course, everyone claps. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Okay, that's one. Then there were some other side effects. Oh, sorry, not side effect, other effects. Right, other effects coming. The off beats, off claps are coming. All right, towards that. I don't know whether you all I heard it just now. All right, so just because there's no tabla, it doesn't mean the off beat should come in. All right, to substitute the tabla. All right. Now, Satyam Shivam Sundaram. In 8 beats itself, you will realize that, or in bhajans in general, we do have the slow bhajans and then the faster bhajans. All right, so Satyam Shivam Sundaram is a classic example of a slow bhajan, a slow 8-beat bhajan. And a slow 8-beat bhajan, if it's clapped the way we clapped just now, sometimes it has the tendency of pushing the bhajan. All right, I don't know, Naveen, maybe you felt you were pushed a little bit with the clap just now. All right, so probably, if you're going to, if I'm going to encourage a way to actually clap for 8 beats, this song in particular, maybe you want to just sing the song again.
Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Satyam Shivam Sundaram.
So going back to the purpose, right, of clapping, because we are supporting him, right? So let's ask him. I mean, you feel better, comfortable?
As a singer, you feel like you can actually express it better because you're not being pressured to push the bhajan, right? So sometimes certain bhajan like this, because it's a very slow bhajan, you need the time to express it. But if you're being pushed to express it, then the few nuances can't be done anymore, right? Because you feel like the clapping is pushing.
Okay, so we've heard it directly from a singer. He feels comfortable. So shall we support singers in that way? Fair lah,
For
because
that
they are
you
leading.
need to understand the nature of the bhajan also. You should have listened to that bhajan. So the way of clapping also comes in through listening, getting ourselves used to listening to the bhajan. So because not all bhajans you can clap like that also. Okay, so this is a demonstration for a rather slow version, slow-paced bhajan, right?
Let's see a bit more faster paced bhajan. How do we clap for faster paced 8-beat bhajan?
Bol Manuva Sitaram, Bol Manuva Radesha.
Naveen, comfortable? Okay, he says okay. So, you got it right. So, this is a medium paced 8-beat song. Of course, you have faster one. So, from medium onwards, what you just did was perfect. All right, that's perfect. So, you're clear with an 8-beat song. What about a 6-beat song? All right, let's take a 6-beat song.
Punya Naam, Pavitra Naam, Rama Naam, Sai Ram.
Pavitra Naam, Rama Naam, Sai Ram.
Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Madhura Naam, Sai Ram.
Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Madhura Naam, Sai Ram. Okay, there's two versions. JP, how were you clapping? Okay, were all of you all doing that? I didn't see that. Most of you all were doing what? All right. So,
Which one is correct? Anna's one correct. Okay.
Anne's one's correct, huh? Okay. All right, good. All right. Okay, so that's correct. You can clap like that, or you can clap like this.
Anna is also correct. You are also correct.
So, what is the difference clapping like this? For Punyanam, Pavitranam, we are saying it's a 6-beat bhajan. But then just now, the other 8-beat bhajans, the same way of clapping also. What is the difference, right? So the difference is in the beats of the song. So Punyanam goes on a rhythmic cycle of 6 beats. So it goes in this count: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So Naveen, maybe you sing Punyanam and I'll just do the count so you can actually see the connection.
Punya Naam, Pavitra Naam, Rama Naam, Sai Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Madhura Naam, Sai Ram.
So what y'all were doing was 1, 2, 3. You were clapping on the 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. GP, what were you doing? 1, 2, 3. You're clapping on the 2 and then the 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. Were you clapping like that? Or you're clapping like this one? So it's 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. So he's clapping on the 1 and the 1, 2. All right, we were all clapping on the 1 just now. So whichever that is comfortable. Now, as a group, it will be more challenging to do what you were doing just now, because not everyone can keep up too many times.
Go to the second speed.
Especially the second speed, right? So doing it as one would be ideal, all right? In a congregation of like this, a congregation of devotees singing bhajans together. Okay, so that's 6 beats. Now, so this is why 70% and 20% Swami is always very kind to us. He gives us, he makes most of us, he wants all of us to participate in the activity. So he keeps it simple as possible. But then sometimes we also have the slightly more challenging ones, but doable. All right. So these are the only the 10%. So 3 beats. So can we just sing a 3-beat song?
गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
विंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
राम नाम बोलो हरि नाम बोलो
राम राम बोलो हरि नाम बोलो. So you got it right, very good. All right, so how is this 3 beats? So again, it's on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What we all are doing is we are clapping on the 1 and 2. So let's sing that song again. I'll just do the count so you can actually see.
गोविंद
1,
बोलो
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
बोलो
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
हरि नाम
1, 2, 3.
बोलो.
Okay? All right, so the 3 is silent. Now, what other 3-beat songs we have? Can some of you all suggest some other songs that we have on 3 beats? What song? That is 6.
That would be a
More
six,
towards
right?
6. 3-beat songs. Sai Ram Sai Sham. Alright? One that we always sing for bhajans. Any bhajan you go, you will always have this one song, a 3-beat song. Sorry?
It's not really a bhajan, but it's something
yeah.
that we sing actually towards the end.
In the bhajan session.
Huh?
Param Pavitram. Yeah, Param Pavitram. Sometimes we forget this because the version that we have in centers today, Param Pavitram, are not sung on 6 beats, are not sung on 3 beats. They have different beats for this Paramam Pavitram.
For some reason, Paramam Pavitram is a song that all the drummers choose to experiment on. For some reason, you'll hear all the different styles of beats for Paramam Pavitram.
Correct, that's right. Because our hands are tight when it comes to the bhajans. So we release it at the end. Okay? Alright, so 3 beats. That's 3 beats. Now we go a little bit more a tougher one, right? 7 beats. So the 7 beats, it's in a pattern of 3 and 4. 3 plus 4. Don't ask me why it's not 5 plus 2 and 6 plus 1. A bit difficult to explain that. But how it's been created is it's 3 plus 4. And what we do is we actually clap for the 3, we clap for the 1 and 2. And then for the 4, we clap. It's 4, how do you say 4 is 1, 2, 1, 2. We clap for the 1s. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Shall we just try that? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, good, very good. We'll just try to apply it for one of the bhajans.
आओ आओ नंदलाला सुंदर श्याम गोपाला सुंदर साई गोपाला
Okay, not many bhajans are on 7 beats. We have Gananatha Sai Gajanana on 7. Alright, that's another song that is on 7.
I just want to add on to that. If you notice, right, 7-beat bhajan, if you all were paying attention, there was a tendency for something to happen in that bhajan. What was it? Anyone? Is it a slow bhajan or a fast bhajan? More on the slower side, right? But as you were singing, did you feel anything happening? It was, the song is going faster, right? You feel like it's being pushed. So with that clapping, that is why this is a difficult bhajan. 7-beat bhajans are always difficult bhajans. Why? Because there is a tendency for us to push the bhajan because of the nature of it. That Avo Avo Nandalala Sundara Sha. The next thing you know, you're going like that.
So imagine how you're going to do that in the fast speed,
At the
right?
end
When you have already started in this speed.
Correct.
So
it becomes a mess.
And that's why I said this now, you have the power. You know,
Yes,
you have the
this is
power.
exactly
you must
that.
be very, very careful.
With great
Because
power
you
comes great
can-
responsibility.
You can push the singer. And sometimes in a 7-beat bhajan, sometimes when we are not sure of the clap, it has the tendency to go into a round of applause. You know, and that will be the ultimate disaster in a bhajan session.
You're
And the
indicating the singer to stop singing already. Finish.
All right.
Conclude.
So you know, in any bhajans, when you have a 7-beat song, it's very important to actually practice it in the practice session itself with the core team. You know, sometimes when we have practice, we tend to think why everyone needs to be there. I just be there and give my song and then I move on to something else. But the reason why you need to be there when others are singing also, what if someone comes with a 7-beat song? We can't be expecting the others who are coming for the bhajans to know a 7-beat song. So the bhajan group should be leading the clap from the front. All right, and because if that's the case, then we are never going to have a 7-beat song for bhajans. And some of the songs are really nice, like Ao Ao Nandalala and Gananatha Saiga Janana. All right, so it's an important point, just to divert a little bit, the importance of actually being in bhajan practice together. This is one of the reasons, so we can
Because I've
support.
seen when a 7-beat song is being sung, and because most of the people don't know how to clap, so they all don't clap. So it's better to practice that during the practice session, just like with the core team, and give them the right support. You won't distort the beauty of the bhajan, right?
Correct. So now we are clapping. Yeah, yes, sister. Mm. Yeah. Okay, very good question. So it's the most hardest thing to do for a singer if it's a 7-beat song. All right, so that's when you need to dial. Correct. That's when you need to dial to the tabla player.
Yeah.
So he comes to the rescue. That's provided the tabla player is aware that the bhajan is actually going faster, so he's there to bring it back to the actual speed. So this understanding, this chemistry among the bhajan team is very, very important. All right, so you will have to hold on to this original speed, because if you do not do that, then what happens is we are going to struggle in the second speed.
I really believe that it should be the responsibility of the tabla player.
Mm.
And we have to listen carefully, because it could happen, because sometimes, you know, the bigger group taking it over controlling it, but then when you fall back to him and listen to him playing, and then we can come back to that pace again. I think it should be that his responsibility.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So we are now doing this exercise, clapping to understand different beats for the bhajans, different speeds of the bhajans. But like I said earlier, anything that you do, there is a spiritual reason for it. So clapping itself, though it's, you know, I've told you that, you know, it's a powerful thing that you have. You can clap and you can push a 7-beat bhajan that, you know, a singer also will tremble, alamak, you know, where am I? But why do we clap? Just because we have got two pair of hands, it doesn't mean, you know, okay, clap, you know. But why do we actually clap?
There's actually a spiritual significance to why we clap.
That's right.
Vibrance is okay, that is in the physical sense,
Mm.
but spiritually, okay, good. Remove bad energy.
Remove bad energy.
Okay. Activates chakras. Okay.
Apparently, it activates the nerves. They say that the more you clap, you can write, you can have beautiful handwriting also.
So let's say, for example, right, if I want your attention now, and I don't have a loud voice, I'm calling, please pay attention, no one is listening. So suddenly if I have, you know, a good clap, I get your attention.
See? Silence.
I get your attention, right? Now, that's also the power of a clap, right? It gets attention. Now, when you clap, it gets you focused back. It gets you focused, not allowing the mind to wander. Because it's very easy to happen during a bhajan session. When you're not either leading a song or not even playing an instrument, it's very easy for the mind to wander. So what does Swami say about clapping? So let's read it together. 1, 2, 3. All right. So you see, it's just not keeping tempo. Clapping has got a bigger purpose. For who? This bigger purpose? For ourselves, right? So we are doing it for ourselves also, to ensure that we don't entertain any bad thoughts during bhajans. But please now don't go outside and start clapping everywhere you go, because when you feel there's a bad thought, you start clapping, then people might look at you and start worrying for you.
You know, when he's saying about this, actually, once during the discourse, Swami actually spoke about clapping, and he introduced this to a group of people during, the session. Swami said, clapping is so important in the bhajan session because you are going to get rid of, all these negative thoughts from your brain. It's like, he was talking, he equated it to crows. He said, imagine you're standing under a tree and you want to shoo away the crows sitting on the branches. What do? You clap. So everybody listening to Swami's discourse in the morning decided to get rid of their crows in their brain that same evening. So when Swami came and they started singing bhajans, everybody now started clapping vigorously with the intention that they want to get rid of their crows, all the crows in their head, to show off, because if literally Swami is sitting here, we all want to show off the best that we can do possible. Now what happened? Then Swami said, I told you all to get rid of the crows only in your brain, not in everybody else's brain. Only in your brain. So you take responsibility of getting rid of that crows only in your brain. And Swami said, the way that you have sung the bhajan today, you have made the bhajan Dashara Mashara. Everybody is shocked. The Swami is introducing a due god now. We know Rama, we know Krishna. Suddenly now due god form has come. Dashara and Mashara, who are these people? See, the way that you have clapped actually moved the bhajan here and there. It should be Dasha Rama Shara. Because you have clapped it in so much of excitement, the Ra for Rama has come with Dasha, becomes Dashara, and the Ma for the Shara came together with the Shara and became Mashara. Instead of Dasha Rama Shara, Dasha means 10, Rama, Lord Rama, Shara means arrows, 10 Rama's arrows. It became a new god form, Dashara Mashara. So that's why even clapping is so important, so that we don't distort the meaning of the bhajan also. Right? So that's why we don't get excited sometimes too much, especially just now we were demonstrating the slower bhajans and all that. You get so excited in clapping fast. And we also have got this mindset that we only clap during the fast speed.
Correct. That's right. How many of y'all think that we should only clap in the second speed? Okay. The next question. How many of y'all only clap in the second speed? Really, yeah?
Hey, y'all clap or not,
Because sometimes... sometimes...
It's okay to be honest. Please be honest.
Yeah, please be honest. Because sometimes I know when I'm sitting in a budget, half the time I'm telling everyone around me to clap. So it's not a problem in SS3, like people clap here, huh? Sure.
In SS3,
Yeah.
Because they think that it's not required to clap during this first speed, right?
They get very excited.
Yeah, and then towards the end, everybody is clapping faster. I don't know whether they are excited because their bhajan is so good, or it's time for going back already. Better clap fast and finish the bhajans.
Now, the thing is, actually clap is a very straightforward exercise, just clap. But I think we have also sort of like, this has evolved along the years. Now there are different styles of clapping. Sometimes we have this kawali claps that is coming through bhajans. What are kawali claps? So, you know what a kawali is, right? Kawali is this, songs where you are singing full-throated, and that one, you do need a certain form of clap, where they really clap very loud.
Kawali claps, you put your 2 palms and you...
Correct. Literally your palms.
Can you hear the sound?
Yeah.
One person, very loud, right? Imagine 100 others doing the same thing.
Yeah. And you
It's
can't
a
do it like
thunderstorm
this.
outside.
Correct. You can't do it like this, They usually, like what Naveen
Palm to
demonstrated,
palm.
you do it like this. Yeah. So sometimes we see that in bhajans. Is it necessary? It's not necessary. All right. Sometimes we have the hands moving, but
No, so
there's no sound. So that's more of an imitation of clap. All right. So we, is that encouraged? Also
Huh?
not encouraged.
this is
So-
doing chapati.
Okay, so this has evolved based on what we have seen over the years. So let's support the singer to the best of our ability during the bhajan. Let's keep to the whole purpose of invoking devotion in one and others, and you can do it even not being a lead singer. All right. Okay. Common habits. I think we spoke about it just now. Clapping only for the second speed and not clapping at all. Let's try avoiding this as well. Okay. All right.
I got a question, brother. So sometimes the clappers, we want to experiment on a certain bhajan.
Yeah.
So we think that the normal clapping is not
No,
boring lah.
yeah.
I want to add some excitement here,
Yeah.
and then they start doing some gamakas in clapping. The clapping itself got gamaka. How would that sound, brother? What can we do about
Yeah,
it?
let's actually when you said that, I saw a lot of like people here not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't know whether they're not sure or they know already what they are doing already. So let's just demonstrate it, okay? Let's take one song. Let's clap.
Gopala, Gopala, nacho Gopala.
Gopala, Gopala, nacho Gopala.
Nacho, nacho, Sai Nandalala.
In the absence of a tabla, everything is possible, right?
Kabi was actually playing tabla with his only with his hands without the instrument.
And brother, not only me, but actually I see it sometimes. Right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you see it. It's nice to see because people are excited. They are not excited. They're into the bhajans. But does it distract?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Swami speaks a lot about distraction, especially during bhajans. From the way that you're sitting, from the way that you're moving, swaying, all this actually creates a lot of distraction. He even doesn't want us to turn back and look here and look there during indicating, giving signals and all that. So clapping also can be one sort of a distraction.
Okay, so switching from clapping to the main instruments that is responsible for rhythm in bhajans or tala in bhajans. So the usual combinations that we see. What are the usual combinations? You have a tabla, and you do have, or rather, what's the main instruments? The main instruments, you have tabla, you have anal. What else do you have? Harmonium.
No, rhythm.
Rhythm.
Percussion.
All right. So tabla, anal, and dolak.
Unless in SS3 here you play the harmonium this way. There's another new percussion.
Okay, so
Keyboard to a certain extent can give you that.
so the question was, what are the main instruments, right? So you're saying tabla, nal, and dolak as well. All right. So let's look at the slide here. So main instruments, we have the tabla or the nal. All right. But the dolak actually comes in under the supporting instrument because the role of the tabla player is actually to accompany the singer. The role of the dolak player is to actually accompany the tabla player. There's a difference here.
I heard wow, that's beautiful. That's an aha moment, huh? Please keep that in your mind, okay? It's fantastic.
So I'll just repeat that again. The role of the tabla player is to accompany the lead singer. Accompany. All right? Not lead the lead singer. The role of the dolak player is to accompany, complement the tabla player. Right? So that is why it falls under a supporting instrument. And what do you see next to the dolak? Right. So it's nice to see tambourine coming under supporting and not really part of the main instrument.
And
right?
it's written in singular and not plural.
Tambourine. you know,
Not tambourines.
tambourines or dolaks.
Right? So this is, let's say, highly encouraged. For example, the combinations that you can have. So you can have a combination of a tabla and a dolak. So the dolak can be in the first speed, accompanying, supporting the tabla play, can also be on the second speed of a bhajan. So a tabla and a dolak. Or you have naal. I think in SS3 you all play naal a lot. So you can have naal for bhajans. Sometimes we also have the third combination, which is a naal and a dolak. Sometimes a dolak may not be necessary with a naal. Not saying you shouldn't play with a naal. No. An instance where probably a dolak needs to help a naal player if the bhajans are, you have 12 bhajans, a naal player is not able to sustain all 12 bhajans. So you support, again, the way you support, right? Supporting the main naal player. But usually the naal players, you have the naal mic'd up. And if your naal is mic'd up and your sound system is clear, you can hear yourself, then you don't really need a dolak player. Okay? All right. So this are some of our suggestions in terms of the combinations you can have for the main rhythmist in a bhajan. And of course, the tambourine actually comes under cymbals. All right. Along with the tambourine, what other cymbals usually we have? We have the jalra. Today, not only jalra and tambourine, we have
Slapsticks.
quite a number of cymbals. Sometimes now when I go to the shop that sells music instruments, they tell me a lot of side devotees are buying a lot of new cymbals. They're trying out in bhajans. It's good. It's good. I think this is, it's good for us to explore. But again, going back to the whole duty of a cymbal player also, is to accompany the tabla. Right? Accompany the main rhythmist. Right? And of course, cymbals are a little more easier to carry because tabla you need to have two big dagga and also the treble, and then you got a bag to carry, whereas a cymbal can be just in our pocket, and that's pretty dangerous also because sometimes in a bhajan, the main bhajans is happening and suddenly you're hearing a jalra coming from the back, some sound coming from the back, someone has just taken out and then he decided to release his latest beats on that day. He'll start playing, different beats because he's very far from the coordinator. The coordinator is struggling to find who's that person, doing that. Not encouraged. Not encouraged.
Sometimes we see the jalra traveling. From the back, you'll be singing something, huh? So from the back, it's going to the next person there. And they'll take and they'll start playing. While they are playing, the one at the back is still continuing to play. So this is when you get the...
Correct.
See, when we introduce any sort of such new things, it's better to go through the coordinator. Get his consent first. Don't shock anybody. Because you being shocked, Sandiri, you can actually shock everybody else. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Creating sometimes too much of shock is not good. It's not good for the health. Okay, so when you're playing jalra, how many jalras are recommended for a bhajan? One is good enough because it's very unique in its sound. You don't need two to play to make everyone hear the jalra. Right? And similarly, probably for the tambourine as well.
Actually, if you notice, just to add on to that, jalra, if you notice, when you have a bhajan session where everything's and you have the jalra, suddenly the jalra stops, it's very obvious. You know why? Because the jalra operates at a very high frequency, right? And that high frequency is not present when we sing a bhajan. If you're talking about, I'm going a little bit technically in terms of sound frequencies. In a bhajan, you have that range of frequencies where most of it fall under. But the jalra falls here, right? So it's outstanding, It's very clear. You just need one person to play it, you can hear it ready. And when it's not there, you feel like something is missing. That's how crucial the jalra is. If it's there and not played properly, because it can be very clearly heard, right? Or when you play it and suddenly you stop playing because it's traveling. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
So, is it okay if one song we play the tambourine and then the next song probably we just relax, hands are aching, and then you continue the next song? Is that okay?
What if the tabla player does the same thing?
Okay, so it's advisable not to have that break. Thank goodness that in a bhajan session not only one person can play or knows knows how to play a jalra or tambourine. A few people usually knows how to play. Try not to have that pause, because when it's missing, it is very obvious. And does that distract? Yes. So anything that distracts, we must try to avoid.
So what do we do when we have multiple players? How do we try and cater for everyone? Even dolak players. Let's say you got 3-4 dolak players. Everyone wants to play, right? How do we cater this? What do we do?
Bring out 3-4 dulaks.
All 3-4 at the same time? Yes. Take turns. Right? Take turns. Maybe for this song this brother plays, the next person you take a break, the next person plays. Right? Provided you have enough dolaks, and even if you're passing it around, make sure you're just sitting beside. Don't pass the dolak from the back, goes all the way to the front.
Correct.
Right? So in that way, same goes for jalra. Let's say you got 5 jalras. Imagine having 5 jalras in one bhajan session. I have been through that.
You.
I literally counted the amount of jalras were being played at that particular session in that session. There were 5 jalras playing at the same time. The only thing I could hear was the jalra. It was the worst bhajan experience I've ever had. So,
Bhajan like jalra
it's
experience.
not a bhajan. I went for a jalra experience. In the end, my heart also became like jalra. Ting, 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 ting. I had the jalra ringing in my ears throughout the whole day. So what do? One by one. So for this bhajan, this person can play. For the next bhajan, someone else can play. So you're also taking a break, right? Instead of taking a break in between the bhajan, right? You are taking a break between bhajans. So that's okay. So everyone is at least being able to play 1 or 2 songs.
So this is where the team effort, group synergy, all that actually comes in. It's not like one person like always doing it, but then we are understanding amongst the core team member. Okay.
And it is good that this happens in the bhajan practice itself. You do not want a situation where this person has not attended a practice, but then is playing jalra or tambourine for bhajans. If you intend to play jalra, you want to try out playing jalra for this bhajan session or tambourine, come for the practice. Play there, so you know what are the songs. They also know you are playing the tambourine and how you are supporting them. So it's more, it's smooth when it comes to the actual bhajans. Okay. Now, another part of accompanying the main singer itself, right? So this is to do with the tabla player or the naal player who's playing. So let's just try.
Let's have some fun here.
Okay. Let's take one example. So let's say this tabla player is he's practiced a lot for the day, or for the whole week he's practiced a lot of riyas he has done. He woke up early in the morning, he started doing his practice for an hour. He tried tirikita, he tried dire, bass work, everything done, and he's coming for bhajans. Alright, so let's see a scene.
Hara Hara Shankara Samba Sada Shiva Isha Mahisha Hara Hara Shankara Samba Sada Shiva Isha Mahisha Pandava. Brother, what are you doing, brother?
Hey, brother, I was on beat. Brother, I was on beat.
I couldn't see. Could you all sing?
I don't know whether to follow his pace or his pace.
I also don't know whose pace to follow.
So usually, right, we are leading leading. We are accompanying the singer, right? So this is a classic example when we're expecting the singer to accompany the tabla player.
What did the tabla player do here?
Dominating, okay.
He dominated. Too much variation in his playing. He decided to become the lead, the main character.
See, variation doesn't only happen for singer. Happens for the instrumentalist also. Sometimes the harmonies also will do all kind of funny variations, right?
So let's see what would be an ideal situation.
Hara Hara Shankara Samba Sada Shiva Isha Mahisha Hara Hara Shankara Samba Sada Shiva Isha also felt nice. You can clap some more. Nicely, you all can clap, isn't it?
On the first line itself, you already can feel Bhagwan ready. Rather than all that chaos and confusion that was going on, should I clap? Should I sing? Should I should I get up and go back?
So going back to the same tabla player who practiced for the whole week, right? So he still decides, okay, fine. If stop me at the start of the bhajan, I will come back at the end of the bhajan. So let's try another situation. Okay, you have stopped me. Okay, I'm supposed to start it simple. Get everyone into the bhajan. Never mind. You're already into the bhajan. Then I will start doing my gymnastics.
So we'll start with the first line, then we'll jump to the last two lines, okay? Rama Rama Jaya Raghukula Tilaka
Rama Rama Jaya Raghukula Tilaka
Ratnakara Kuladeepa
Ratnakara Kuladeepa
Ratnakara Kuladeepa
Ratnakara Kuladeepa
Ratnakara Kuladeepa
Ratnakara Kuladeepa
Sai Ratnakara Kuladeepa
Sai Ratnakara Kuladeepa.
So this is the kind of bhajan where at the end of it someone comes to you, brother, your beat kya baat hai yaar, tabla bajayega.
No, brother. Some people who don't know Hindi at all, they will know this word, kya baat hai. And everything while the bhajan is going on and the tabla plays me, kya baat hai yaar, kya baat hai.
While the bhajan is going on, kya baat hai yaar, kya baat hai.
So again,
What happened?
brother, you were singing the bhajan. What did you feel?
So as a singer, the problem was not able to know where exactly I'm supposed to stop. Correct?
Why?
Why?
What happened?
Because the singer is dependent on what the tabla is playing. And how is the tabla playing?
Very louder.
Okay, so this is what you heard just now. It's called a laggi. Okay, in the classical
Laggi.
term, it's called a laggi. Laggi is playing double with exploring very interesting patterns. And in an actual classical performance, usually the tabla players play laggi during the interludes. So the singer is singing, and probably the singer just decided to take a break and then let the harmonium or the flutist, play the fillers before singing back. And then during the filler, the tabla player will come in with a laggi. And then when the singer starts again, in a Hindustani classical, you accompany again. So here we are trying to attempt the laggi in the last line itself. And actually you can do it. Actually you can do it, but again, in a way where you are supporting the singer and not distracting the singer. Alright, so there are some other examples of songs. For example, Arunachala Shiva, the last line, you can play a laggi. It sounds correct. It sounds correct in Arunachala Shiva. And again, advisable to practice this in the bhajan practice itself. So not only the lead singer, but even the supporting group knows that this beat is going to be played. So fine. Okay? All right. So that is one example to avoid confusion. Now, a classic thing that we always see.
Give another example of
Partishwari. Okay, let's give another example of that.
So you all know this bhajan, Partishwari Jagat Janani. You know, right? Huh? It's very powerful bhajan, right? And what happens if the tabla decides to overpower it?
Overlaggi it.
Already powerful bhajan, I want to overpower the bhajan. Partishwari Jagat Janani Jaya 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 thought it was a thunderstorm happening outside. The ground was shaking.
We came for a tabla performance.
No, but no
Hey,
doubt.
wrong venue. I thought I was supposed to go for bhajans. What happened?
But no doubt what he played was absolutely incredible, right? But did it suit the bhajan? Did it suit the bhajan? As a singer, I'll tell you honestly, as a singer, as I was singing the bhajan, I wanted him to stop playing. Not because I wasn't appreciating what he was playing, but he was really distracting me. I'm saying, Jaya, 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 hey. While I'm doing that, he's also doing his own. He's also doing his own. Imagine those two clashing together. What do we get? A train wreck. Which it was, right? It was a train wreck. Kacheri.
Yeah.
Kacheri.
Again,
in a
it
way
falls
lah.
back to that same idea, that we are not coming here to perform. Be it the lead singer or the instrumentalist. Yeah.
How should it sound?
Paritishwari Jagat Janani
Pariteshwari Jagat Janani
Jaya 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 He Sai Janani
Jaya Jaya He Sai Janani
Jaya 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 He Sai Janani
Jaya 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 He Sai Janani.
Sounded much more pleasing, isn't it? It was so much more melodious.
It's so peaceful.
So peaceful. It felt like it complemented the bhajan very, very. And you all also could follow very nicely. Correct? And where was our focus? On the song. Right? On the deity on the song. Not on the tabla player.
Another instance, right, that happens quite a bit is the transition of speeds. When you have from the slow speed or the first speed going into the second speed. So this is where the tabla player has got to support the transition. But sometimes the tabla player decides, okay, let me do some, I would like to educate everyone. How do we actually transition? So let's see that.
नटराजा नटराजा नर्तन सुंदर नटराजा ऋषा नटराजा पतिपुरीश्वर नटराजा 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 नर्तन सुंदर नटराजा. What happened?
Okay, let's see another example of the same song. A transition.
शिव तांडव प्रिय शिवराजा पतिपुरीशा नटराजा 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 नर्तन सुंदर नटराजा.
Now, the transition, it doesn't mean that we are jumping from first speed and we're going to something else somewhere else. All right? Is this the first speed? You're just doubling up.
Very seamless.
It must be seamless and it need not take the entire line. Like the first example just now, I was doing the rolling until he finished the entire first line, I was still rolling. I've not even gone to the beat. All right? So the transition should just happen probably the first half of the line. Then you're already into the beat. Now, if you don't do that, then what happens is if you're playing throughout, then it also distracts because we want to listen to that the rolling, the fantastic rolling that the tabla player is doing. So that's what we are trying to say, let's avoid that situation. Mm. Divish, you played Nal here lah. So you're putting it back in all the people here lah.
No, I think it happens. It happens. It happens.
You're joking.
It happens because some people, they really wait to go to the fast beat.
Yeah.
So the only way they can actually show is through clapping.
So traditionally this happens, right? When you go to the second speed, we don't clap like that. Just we are also trying to show it's the second speed. So the answer to that is you can do a transition, but provided it's united. Provided is you're doing it together. But if it's different, then it is chaos. It is chaos, and because of that, sometimes the tabla player feels that, you know what, I have to take charge here, and he wants to do extra to really make sure it's back on track. And suddenly the focus is no longer on the bhajans. It's about the transition. What are we trying to do there?
Actually, they feel that the chance is not given to them. The lead singer gets the chance to perform. The tabla player gets the chance to perform. Why me, the chorus singer and the clapping person, don't get a chance to perform? This is my chance to perform. So they also have to be subdued, and they also have to understand, I'm also not performing here in clapping. I'm also being part of that session to help them participate, not performing. So they must have this mindset.
So I'll just probably jump a few more examples in interest of time, all right? Because the next one is next session is also important. The last one is on the order of, when we start the bhajan, who starts first? Now we have a few people responsible. We have the tabla player, we have the dolak player, we have the cymbals. We also have everyone else who's also clapping. Who starts first? Okay, so harmonium is always starting first because they give the shruti and then the singer starts. So once the singer has started the bhajan, who starts after that? So is it the tabla? So let's check and see, right? Who says the tabla should go first? So this is after the harmonium and the singer has started the song. Who says tabla goes first? All right? Who says the tambourine or the cymbals? The cymbals go first. All right? Who says you clap first? I didn't see everyone putting their hand up for the first option just now. Okay, so the right thing is for the tabla player to start first. The main instrument player, he starts first, and then the clap and the cymbals can follow suit. And it's advisable for the tabla player to start the beat in the first line itself. Do not wait for one line to finish and then you start in the second part, because then it's very empty in the first line itself. You want to start, because if you don't do that, then probably someone might start clapping even before the tabla player comes in. Okay, so that's just another observation. Okay, so that wraps up the tal part.
Just to ask again, what will happen if we have the claps to come in first before the tabla establishes the beat? What happens? We may clap faster than what the bhajan is supposed to be, right? Like for example, a song like the Partishwari earlier, right? If someone starts like that, before the tabla can come, you start clapping, because you think, oh my, this is my favorite bhajan. Then how is the tabla going to now bring the tempo back to suit the bhajan? Right? It's going to be very, very, very difficult. Right?
Usually that happens for the slower songs, because probably they're taking the slower speed and you want to just gauge the speed they're singing. But the example that Naveen you gave just now happens a lot for the faster songs. Because when you're in the crescendo, right? And then you're the climax, and then you're singing Vibhuti Sundara. Yeah. That time the tabla player probably shifting the tabla. Okay, you shift, I start. The crowd starts first, Then it's difficult. So that's again back down to, maybe we're getting excited about it. It's our favorite song, it's the last song, the energies are very high. So now that we know the tabla player starts first, probably we want to just wait and then come in supporting the tabla player. Too slow.
Reduced.
Correct. Yes. So a very good
Mm.
question.
Very good observation. So this one, what I've seen, many years, actually, believe it or not, the cymbals and the tambourine play a very important role here. This is where the cymbals and tambourine come in, because the cymbals and tambourine, it keeps it lively throughout the song. And sometimes, I don't know, maybe it's probably because, if it's already the 6th, 7th song, and the tabla player is probably a bit tired. He's played for, out of 7 days in a week, 5 days has gone for bhajan. So the 6th day is coming, hands all blisters, plaster and all that. So he's not
And
able
still
to
he wants to
maintain. Not able to maintain. The cymbals are there, and it somehow or other it keeps. And to be honest with you, sometimes even though I'm playing tabla for bhajans, I really look forward to the cymbal players because they help a lot to the question that you've asked, to not slow down the bhajan, right? And I think if this is actually happening, then it's important also for a discussion during the practice, that we bring it up and then to consciously put an effort to make sure that we are singing at the right, we're not dropping the speeds.
Actually, you brought up a very pertinent observation here. The tempo is very important in a bhajan, right? Especially once you go into the faster bhajans. If the tempo is not maintained, you'll feel that the bhajan is being dragged down, right? Especially towards the end. Okay, so yeah, like what Kabi just mentioned, this is where the other supporting instruments come forward and support, right? So that means, but it also means that everyone in the team must understand what is happening. You need to realize that the tempo is dropping. So this one actually comes with a lot of practice. A lot of practice must be done amongst the team itself, right? When you go to a certain speed, the tempo must be maintained. Because if you drop it, you're going to go back to the first speed. Worse still, sometimes you go slower than how the song actually started.
It should
Well,
be the
it is because of the
responsibility.
the
It should be the
tiredness, yeah.
responsibility of the lead singer as well, because it's your duty to hold on to that right tempo. Because you have not only mastered the song in terms of tune, words, and all that. In fact, even the beat. So you have to be mindful of what is the pace that you're singing also. So you have really started it off properly in the second speed. So you have to be mindful enough to maintain the speed until you end it.
Actually, I half agree to that. The other half is because the issue here is you are one singer, and if that is a bhajan where unfortunately there's one tabla and 3 dholaks, and everyone is getting tired at the same time, even if you as a singer are trying to maintain the tempo, you cannot how do you say, compete or
With the,
adjust
pace.
with the sounds that are coming from because they're very loud, right? They're very loud. How much can you actually as a singer throw out your voice to me? You're probably maintaining it. In fact, you're probably hoping that hello, listen to me, I'm the singer, I'm giving you the tempo, but they are not listening because they're already into it and tired, right? So I half agree to what he's correct. The singer must know the tempo of the bhajan, but sometimes the singer is also helpless. So this is where the responsibility of the percussion team is very, very important, to know the tempo of the bhajan and that we have to maintain it. Because at the end of the day, even the percussion team has a duty, which is to invoke devotion in oneself and others. See, always we are coming back to that. We are always coming back to that same message. Do you realize that?
Yeah.
Everything that we are telling eventually ties back to that point. Invoking devotion in oneself and others.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. So, the usual practice is we don't have the drums. When you finish the bhajan, the first line after it, we don't have it. Again, it comes down to the tabla player. Probably he's over enthusiastic for the day. He wants to play. He wants to contribute. So he continues playing it. And it has probably happened to me in the last many years of playing tabla. It has also happened. So it's the tabla player who needs to control that. We want
Advisably, no lah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I know we hear it sometimes in Parthi. Sometimes, this is the thing. I know we put Prashanti as a benchmark, which rightly so. They are probably what we strive to be, but they are also human. Right? And those days, Swami was there physically to correct them there and then itself. Right? There and there, so if they make a mistake, Swami will stop the bhajan. Right? I think if those days the tabla player plays during that last line, Swami will say, hello, get up, leave. You're not playing tabla anymore. Right? Probably. But now, Swami is not there physically. So who's running it? It is them. right? Among as much knowledge they have amongst their team, they're also human. They also make mistakes. So nowadays, whatever we learn from Prashanti, we must take it with a slight pinch of salt. Right? Of course, but still they are the benchmark, lah. They are the benchmark. But slight pinch of salt needs to be taken. So certain things like this, because these things distract. It can distract the next singer, if the tabla player plays that. It can, because now if the next singer, let's say the next singer is someone who's not an experienced singer, say someone singing for the first time, and then just before his song, the tabla player starts playing at the end of the last line. Now he's confused. Oh, why is he playing? Does that mean I have to start in that tempo? Or, it causes that distraction, the unnecessary distraction. So if we can avoid all of these, it'll be good. I would say it'd be good if we follow the tempo. So that means as the beat starts, as the beat ends, you start and then you sing it. So
Because if you want to take a pause, then you don't know how much pause.
correct. So like a song like the Nataraja, if you give that same Nataraja song, probably you just sing the second speed quickly. Just one line, one line.
Chidambaresha Nataraja Patipuresha Nataraja.
Okay, let's apply transition, second speed.
Patipuresha Nataraja.
Okay, so singer decided to play a prank with you all. Actually, you're supposed to go to second speed already, alright? So if you're going to go to the second speed, how's the transition? Remember, Brother Kabi is saying earlier, we don't push it, right? So how will the transition be? So we'll do the last line of the first speed. We'll go to the second speed with the transition.
You're asking the
Finishing. And then we do the whole second speed and then you end it with the last line. So we'll do a few things at the same time, okay?
Nataraja, Nataraja, Nartana Sundara Nataraja. Shivaraja, Shivaraja, Shivakami, Priya Shivaraja. Chidambaresha Nataraja Patipuresha Nataraja. Nataraja, Nataraja, Nartana Sundara Nataraja.
Okay, let's do this again. Maybe this is the last two lines of the second speed. But now he'll give a pause before ending it, okay?
Shiva Tandava Priya Shivaraja Patipuresha Nataraja. Nataraja, Nataraja, Nartana Sundara Nataraja.
So which sounded better? Okay, so I guess in this case it depends lah, right? It's not really a hard and fast rule. Normally, if you end it with the beat and you continue it with the beat, musically it sounds more complete, right? But as a singer, if you feel like you need to stop because it's high energy, you want to stop and then sing. I guess it's okay. It's not that big of a deal. But again, the whole team must know what you're doing. You get what I'm saying? Because you don't want the chorus to sing the last line when the lead singer hasn't sung it yet. Because at the end of the day, who is the first person? It's always the lead singer.
And the lead singer should make an attempt to sing it on the dot because the chorus is ending the song. You have that space to actually sing. If you are singing and then you are immediately supposed to sing on the dot, it is difficult. But it's not the case here. And of course, another point that the other thing is, nowadays instruments are mic'd up. We don't have to really, play it very loud. I don't need to do this in a tabla. This is good enough. We have very good mic systems and all that. So this is with a mic. What about the dolak? Dolak doesn't have a mic. So then can you then, let's say, hit it like this? So this question I get asked a lot, right? Because we see in most centers, when dolak, you can't hear, so you play it very hard. Now, the consequence of that is the expenses of the center has gone up. Because when you look at the P&L of the center, when you look at repair and maintenance, the chairmans are worried now because 90% are coming from, repair of skins. If you look at my tabla now, I saw the other day, this guy who repaired my tabla skin, and he told me, hey brother, it's 5 years ago. Yeah, I'm still having it, but you see all the, the black spots are all cracked here, but I'm still holding on to it. So probably a bit old school here, holding on to it, because it still sounds okay. But rarely you find today that you can maintain a tabla skin on a tabla, or even a dolak skin on dolak, for more than 1 year. It's now every 3 months once we are going and changing. Why? Because we are not playing on it, but we are doing something else. We are, for a lack of a better word, we are whacking it. We are whacking it. So this can be avoided. This can be avoided because if you go back to the whole, the role of the main instrument player. So if you have a tabla or a nal and you're mic'd up, then people should hear what is being played. And the dolak is to accompany the tabla player. So as long as the tabla player is hearing the dolak, we are good. Okay? All right. So moving on to the next part.
Yeah, any other questions? Did you answer the question, sister? Okay.
They help
Yes.
understanding.
And that's the beauty of being part of the team, because you step in to support.
Okay. So we've seen two parts already. We've seen Shruti, we've seen Tala. Right now we'll go on to the third aspect, which is, I would say, arguably the most important aspect, right, of bhajan singing, which is Bhava. How many of you understand the term Bhava? What does Bhava mean? Anyone? Just say it out loud. Expression, feel, any more? Devotion, emotion. Nice words. Any more? Okay, so Bhava is basically that. I can actually use all those words and form a sentence to define Bhava, right? It's an expression of the emotions and devotions that we feel while we sing a certain bhajan, right? What is
Invoke divinity.
Yeah, that's part of the feeling, right? Part of the feeling that you have for a certain, but you're invoking those, the devotion through your expression and emotion of the bhajan, right? So, we hear many different styles of singing, correct? You go to any bhajan center, some of you probably have gone to other centers, you've heard different singers singing, you've heard different styles, probably there are certain styles where you all like, certain singer who sings, you like the way that person sings, right? You hear different styles, even earlier we were talking about the different genres of music, right? The Western style of bhajan, the Carnatic style of bhajan. So, we get inspired by different singers, different types of bhajans. We get inspired in different ways. We pick up bits and pieces here and there. We learn a few things, right? And then we form our own style of singing. Isn't that most of the time what we do, right? Yeah. Eventually you have your own way of singing, correct? But you're always inspired by different things. Okay, it could be a Prashanti Bhajan singer, it could be any other singer in the center that you enjoy listening to, and then you learn bits and pieces, and then you form your own style of singing. But there's one thing that you cannot learn from anybody else, and that is Bhava. Why? Because it's personal. Very good. Because Bhava is a very personal thing. It's within you. It's your connection to the bhajan. Remember, we said invoke devotion in oneself and others, right? And Brother Kavi very nicely said, you have to invoke devotion in oneself first. It's not others and yourself. It's yourself and others. So that devotion must come in yourself first. Only then you can transmit that devotion to everyone else. In order to have the devotion in yourself, you must have bhava. Okay? So, Swami very beautifully says, he said, outside is bahya priya. Bahya priya means what? Love for? Priya means love, right? You all know. Bahya means what?
External.
Outward, very good. Right? Outward, external things. Alright? Outside is bahya priya, love for outward things, right? Inside we call bhava priya. Bhava priya is, what is bhava? Again, we just said it. Feeling, right? Feeling. So priya is love. So love for feelings for God within. Right? What do you think Swami is? Swami is bahya priya or bhava priya? Obviously, right? Swami is bhava priya. So he loves or he adores the feeling that we have for a particular bhajan or the way we sing it. Okay, so always remember that we need to encompass this. Okay? How do you choose a bhajan? Okay, let me just ask you. How do you all choose a bhajan, brother? You're a singer, right? How do you choose a bhajan? So you choose a bhajan based on a deity that you like. Okay, what is your favorite deity? So you sing a lot of Muruga bhajans? Fair enough. How about you, sister? How do you choose a bhajan? How you think you will sound when you sing a certain bhajan? Okay. How about Akka? How you choose a bhajan? Based on the tune. So for you, the melody is important, right? So you see, we got different ways of choosing a certain bhajan, right? All right. But some of us have this mindset that in order for me to reach God, I must sing the most complicated bhajan ever. It's like as if my place is heaven is determined by the complexity of the bhajan that I choose to sing. If that's the case, then only people like Divesh or Shankar, Kabi, only people can go to heaven. We all got no chance. Doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make any sense, right? So does it mean that the more complex the bhajan, the more feeling you can have for a bhajan? This is very crucial. We have to really understand this, all right? The complexity of the bhajan does not denote the amount of feeling you have for a bhajan. A simple Om Shivaya can create so much of feel, right? If it's sung in the right way, if it's sung with the correct bhava. Okay? So, Swami says here, very beautifully, Swami and his words, the way he says, an analogy of how important bhava is, right? So Swami says, we all eat, right? We all love food. How many of us love food here? Of course. We are Malaysians. Come on. If you don't put your hand up, something wrong with you. Right? We eat all kinds of foods, correct? In this country, we are blessed with various kinds of food. You got nasi lemak, you got char kway teow, you got all vegetarian, huh? You have tosa, you have everything, or whatever is spaghetti, Italian spaghetti, carbonara, and everything. You got all kinds of variety, right? And let's say you choose to make a particular. Let's say you want to make a nasi lemak today. You've got all your various condiments. You've got the rice, you've got the vegetarian sambal, the vegetarian ikan bilis. you've got the nuts, you've got the
vegetarian nuts, vegetarian cucumber.
No, now we'll go one step. We go vegan sambal.
You're making them hungry already now.
I'm not making fun, huh? Just as a joke. Yeah, but anyway, you're preparing all of this, right? You're preparing all of this. You've done everything. Then you serve it to your guest. Then guest eats. Brother, something is missing in the cooking. What's missing? Uppu illa, bro. Taste it. I cannot taste anything. Where's the salt? Is there a point of making all those condiments when you don't put salt inside? What gives the taste? Salt. Right? The salt gives the taste, correct? If there's no salt in the food, everything tastes bland. Right? Bhava is the salt. Okay? This is Swami's analogy. Of course, he didn't use nasi lemak as an example, but this is an analogy he said. Bhava is like the salt that you put in your food. If you serve food without salt, the food is tasteless. If you sing a bhajan without bhava, the bhajan is tasteless. Is that a powerful message to remember? Right? Okay? So remember that we may have all kinds of dishes, various colors, different smell, different variety, but if you don't have the salt, it's useless. Okay? The bhajan without bhava is like food without salt. I'll give you another analogy. How many of you all make garlands for altar? Anyone? You make a garland for your altar? Either in the center or at home, you make garlands. Right? You're very shy, huh? Don't put your hands, be proud. This is my sadhana for Swami. I make garlands every day for Swami, okay? This is my sadhana. So you make garlands, right? When you make a garland, what do you need? Obviously, you need the flower, right? You need flower. Okay, let's talk about the flowers first. So you got, let's say today you're feeling like you want to make a rose flower. A rose and jasmine flower. Okay, so you want to mix those two. So you go and pick the nicest roses, the nicest flower, jasmine, and you put them together, right? You put them together. Now you want to make a garland. You want to make a garland, what do you need? You need a string, right? Without the string, can you make a garland? Cannot. So, to hold the flowers together, you need the thread. You need the string. Bhava is the thread. The flowers are your ragas and your talas. Important. If no raga tala, you cannot, if there's no flowers, you cannot make garland in the first place. Correct or not? Right? So if there's no raga and no tala, the bhajan is not good. Alright? But what holds the raga and tala together? It's the bhava. What holds the flowers together? It's the string. It's the thread. Okay? On the flip side, can you just offer Swami a thread? Very good point. If I offer it with love, no one can question me. But brother, I ask you the question here again. Are you inspiring devotion in yourself only or for others as well? Correct. So, yes. So if you want to offer only a thread, if you are at home alone between you and your altar, you want to give just a thread because today I can only find a thread. I cannot find flowers today. No one's selling flowers today. Alright? It happens, right? Sometimes. Okay? You go out, say, want to pluck. No flowers blooming today. Okay, I'll buy. All shops closed. I got no flower. What can I do? Swami, with utmost humility, please forgive me if I can only offer you this thread today. But you give it with all the sincerity and all the love. Swami will bless you, for sure. Right? For sure. But can you do that in the center today? Today for Swami, I don't put a thread. Thread. Cannot, right? Because why? Everyone will start looking at us, where's the flowers? Your bhajan today had raga, had tala. You got no feel today. So the feel, the thread is very, very important. Are we clear with this? Can we see this? So, what we're going to do today, I'm just going to share a few. I can't teach Bhava. Bhava is not teachable. Okay? It is something you have to experience by yourself. But there are a few techniques that you can use in order to practice Bhava. Okay? And one of the technique is visualization. Okay? So visualization is basically whatever bhajan you choose, you find relatable pictures of the deity, alright, and then you meditate on that picture as you sing. So that means when you're singing, you can see that image in your mind. So we just prepared a very simple PPT. So you will see the pictures. You can just move to the next slide. Can. Okay. So what I want you all to do is you just focus on the pictures that you see. Okay. And as you just focus, you want to close your eyes. As you see the picture, you want to close your eyes, have the image in your head. It's fine. But do see all the pictures and see how you can relate to the bhajan that is being sung. Okay. So so imagine as we are looking at the pictures and the images, we are transported to Mount Kailash. Okay. Alright. So imagine you have trekked across the country several days, and finally you reach the foothill of this magnificent mountain, right? And who sits there is the residence of Lord Shankara himself. And he's seated at the peak. And with all your tiredness, you see Shankara sitting there. And then your heart says, Jaya Kailashapate Shiva Shankara. Now he's not sitting alone. He's sitting also with Mother Parvati. Samba Sada Shiva Shambho. Oh Lord, we are so happy you have come all the way from Kailash to be our Sai Shiva. Paratishwara Sai Shiva Shambho. Oh Lord, you are the Lord of all the mountains. The whole Himalayas belongs to you only. Shaileshwara Karunama Shankara. You are the repository of the whole entire cosmos, and we have been blessed, dear Shankara, to witness this magnificence in our own eyes in the form of the Linga. Lingod-bhavakara Shiva Shambho. You are the one who holds the Trishula, which stands for the Triguna, the Trimurti and the Trikala, the one that holds Mother Ganga in your matted locks. Trishula Jatadhara Gangadhari. For the sake of mankind, you drank poison, O Shambhu. Hala hala dhara Shambho. We pay our obeisance to you, O Mother, O Father. Samba Sada Shiva Shambho. Paratishwara Sai Shiva Shambho. So you see, when you visualize like this, each line becomes very personal to you. Correct? Yes or no? And just with the help of pictures. Whatever picture that you feel resonates with you for that particular line or that particular bhajan, you can just do this as a holiday homework, a project, right? Choose bhajans that you like, find pictures that are relevant, right? And when you practice, as you sing those lines, look at those pictures and visualize them. As you keep practicing it this way again and again and again and again, when you actually sing the bhajan, the picture is already in your head, right? When you're practicing, you're clicking the slides, correct? But once you keep practicing it, eventually the images will be stuck in your head. And when you sing it, it just becomes second nature.
Brother, this art of visualization to experience Bhava, right? One example that I have, that I've experienced, is the Arati song itself. You know, been to Prashanti, and that whole view of Swami when the Arati is sung, he's taking leave, going back to Yajur Mandir. It's a very painful episode actually when you see it, because Swami is retiring for the day, you know, and that feelings that that we all, I'm sure all of us who have been there and seen Swami physically, that whole, it's like a movie, track by track, and it's registered here. So when we go to the Sai Center and when the Arati is actually sung, that whole image just comes back again, and you just connect to the Arati song itself.
Yeah, beautiful. So as you can see, it's very personal, right? So everyone has their own personal experience to a certain bhajan. So this is one way where we can actually connect to a certain bhajan through visualization. Okay? So, and this can be applied for any bhajan. If you notice, it's very easy to apply this. You just need to find the correct pictures. And nowadays we have AI picture generators. You can generate any kind of picture that you want. However you want your Shankara to be seated on your Kailash, you can ask AI to do it, they'll do it for you. Right? And then you can have that picture as your own visualization. Are you okay with that? So, any questions? Okay, so this is one technique. Another technique is to know the meaning of the bhajan. Okay, knowing the meaning of the bhajan, this is very critical, alright? So, in order to get bhava, if I go to a bhajan and I hear a Spanish bhajan or a Chinese bhajan, I cannot get bhava. It's very difficult because I don't know what you're singing. Right, you go to a bhajan, it's Zipekwan, Shayin, Zipekwan, oh, nice beat. But I cannot connect with it because I don't know what they're trying to sing actually. This is simple bhajan, we all know what it means, but in a maybe a more complicated Chinese bhajan or a Spanish bhajan, we won't know what it means, right? Right? So if you actually know the meaning of every line you're singing, and when I say every line, I mean every word in the line, right? If you actually know, I can bet you, if you know the total meaning of the bhajan, you probably cannot complete the bhajan because halfway you'll be crying. Alright? A very simple word. This word, Damodara. You all know this word, Damodara? Have you all heard this word in any bhajan before? Krishna bhajans, right? You all have heard the word Damodara? What does Damodara mean? Anyone? Anyone knows what Damodara means? Don't know? So very quickly let me tell you, okay? So Damodara, it comes from this incident where one day Krishna was being very naughty as usual. Alright? Who else is naughty? Krishna. Okay, when he was young, running up and down, and Yashoda, Mother Yashoda couldn't take it anymore. Alright? She's trying to do her errands, but this boy is running everywhere. So Yashoda said, I cannot, I need to tie you up. Okay? So Yashoda catches Krishna and tries to tie Krishna to this wooden mortar. Right? So Yashoda takes a thread and she tries to tie it around Krishna. But what happens? The thread was not enough. And in fact, to see the details of it, it is said that it was short by 2 fingers. The length of 2 fingers. That's the amount that it was insufficient. So Yashoda said, oh, okay. She threw away that thread, took a longer one, definitely much longer, and put it around Krishna. Miraculously, yet again, it was short of 2 fingers. And this kept happening again and again and again and again, until it came to a point where she just couldn't tie anymore, and she said, Krishna, I cannot tie. You only tie yourself. And Krishna, with all his compassion, just took the shortest thread that was available, and of course at that moment of time, because he's Lord, any length of rope is sufficient for him. He just takes it and he ties it up. Right? Because of the compassion that he had for Mother Yashoda. Yashoda she surrenders. She completely surrenders to Krishna, knowing that she can never tie this boy up. It's not going to happen. Alright? And it is said that the 2 fingers, there's a significance to that. The 2 fingers stands for your ahamkara and mamakara. Ahamkara and mamakara. What is ahamkara? Ego. Mamakara is attachment. So Yashoda, when she wanted to tie Krishna, in her mind, she was thinking, this is my Krishna, I have to tie him. My Krishna, right? That attachment was there. And I have to tie him, that ego that I have to tie him, I can tie him up. So as long as she had that ahamkara and the mamamkara, she could never tie Krishna. The moment she gave it up, Krishna himself took the rope and tied it. And what is the significance here? You give up your ahamkara and mamamkara, I myself will tie myself to you. Okay? I will bound myself to you. What more do you want, dear brothers and sisters? For the Lord to bound himself to you. We are here trying to bound ourselves to the Lord. The only attachment we should have is with the Lord, right? But here the Lord is saying, I will be attached to you. This all comes from this one word, Damodara. Damodara means what? Damo means what? Damo means rope, right? Udhara means stomach. So Damodara means the one who is tied at the stomach. That's the meaning of the word Damodara. Now imagine when you sing a bhajan like Damodara Janardana. So now when you sing Damodara, it gives you a whole complete different perspective of the word. Now you can connect to it because there's a story behind it. Like this, dear brothers and sisters, every word has got a story. We just need to do the research. Okay? Is that clear? Okay? So this is one more technique. Another technique that we can use is to form a story in the mind while we are singing. So we'll do another demonstration here. Okay? So what happens here is, as you are practicing your bhajan, you can form a story that is personal to you. Okay? And you can form any story that you want, which is personal to you. Okay? So let's do this. Okay, so I want you all to close your eyes. Everyone just close your eyes. Right? So as I'm narrating a story here, I want you all to imagine the story unfolding in your heads. Okay? So there'll be certain conversations happening. So imagine those conversations happening in your head as we sing this. So imagine, bring yourself back to the days of Krishna's childhood. So we are all gopis, we are all gopalas, we are with Krishna in Vrindavan. And what is our favorite pastime? It is to get up in the morning, go with Krishna, play with him, spend the whole day in his company. So all of us, if we have already played with Krishna, we've enjoyed our whole day, we had a great time, right? And now finally we are all very tired. And Krishna is also tired. So you find this big, beautiful tree, right? And we are lying down under the tree. And we are so lucky that Krishna chose to lie down beside us. Okay? And then that's when it hits you. Oh my God, who's lying down next to me? It's my Kanhaiya, my Sai. How can I allow this opportunity to just slip away without asking what I truly need? Imagine a cool breeze and you start calling out to him gently. Sai Kanhaiya, Sai Kanhaiya. It's almost like calling, hey Krishna, Kanhaiya, Sai. And Krishna in his playful form, he's still tired, he just opens one eye and goes, yes, what do you want? Par karo mere jeevan naiya. We are praying to you, oh Kanhaiya, please take me across this ocean in this cycle of life and death. Now when you ask anything Krishna with a lot of feeling, he will melt. But this is Krishna, he won't just simply give it to you. He'll play a bit more with you. Alright? So he says, okay, but I won't be with you all the time. Now we are playing, but later you're going to go back home. Then what's going to happen? Why should I help you? Your response is, Tum ho mere maa baap bhaiya. You only are my mother, my father, my brother, my friend. I have nobody else. You are with me only. Only you can take me across. Then Krishna melting some more, but he still doesn't want to give it to you yet. He still wants to play with you a bit more. Okay, but there will come a time, one day I won't be around with you anymore. Then that time what are you going to do? How about that time? Then you realize, I have to deliver the punchline. Hridaya Nivasi Krishna Kanhaiya. Where can you go, my Lord? You are seated in my Hridaya, my seat. You cannot go anywhere. Hridaya Nivasi Sai Kanhaiya. Krishna is fully melted, cannot ready. Okay. Acha. He touches you lightly on the cheek and then he says, what did you want actually? Par karo mere jeevan naiya. Now you slowly open your eyes. How did that bhajan experience feel? Now it's not about the singer anymore, Alright? It was not about the singer anymore. It was about the song itself. How the song was related to how you played the story in your head, right? Really made you connect to the bhajan. And when you are connected like that, everyone else will be connected too. And this is the juncture where at the end of the bhajan, no one will come to you and say, kya baat hai, what's singing? No. There will just be that silent tear of gratitude to Swami that they were given this experience. This is Bhava. Okay? So all I did was give you a technique. I cannot teach it to you. But this is something that you have to experiment yourself. This story didn't happen in reality. I created it. It was created. It was created for the purpose of this bhajan so that I can connect to it. So I imagine myself sitting beside Krishna and asking Krishna all this, and Krishna being playful, not giving it to me, playing a prank. But if you keep asking, eventually he's going to give it, right? How much can he play with you? Eventually he'll melt completely, right? And once he melts completely, he'll hold you in his face, and you'll ask him, what did you want? And you will ask him, he'll give it to you. Okay? All right? Are we all back here? You look, you're transported somewhere else. Okay, but that is the purpose of it. Okay, so another technique that can either enhance or distract bhava if done incorrectly. Sometimes bhava can be done incorrectly. Is voice modulation. Okay, what happens if you sing a bhajan like this? Daya karo Shiva Ganga. You know this song? This song has got certain feel, right? But let's say someone comes and sings it like this. Daya karo Shiva Gangadhari, Kripa karo Shiva he Tripurari, Daya karo Shiva Gangadhari. So if someone comes and sings it like this, how did you feel? Something wrong, right? Something wrong.
But it wasn't going off key,
But he wasn't going off key, correct? I was on Shruti, possibly on Tala as well, right? So the Raga and Tala is there. What is missing? The Bhava was missing. Now I'm not making fun of people with accents, okay? It's not about the accent. It's about the voice modulation, all right? It's about the voice modulation. So in this bhajan like this, how should you modulate the voice? So we'll try it again. Daya karo Shiva Gangadhari, Kripa karo Shiva he Tripurari, Daya karo Shiva Gangadhari. So the modulation is softer, it's more pleading. Because the bhajan is like that, it's pleading for daya, right? You're asking for daya, you need to ask it nicely. You're going to, daya karo, daya karo. It's not going to happen, correct? But some bhajans, you cannot start like this. You cannot use this voice modulation for all bhajans. Like a bhajan, for example, Sai hamara, hum sai ke, aisa prem hamara. It starts like that, right? Straight. I cannot sing Sai hamara, hum sai ke, aisa prem hamara. The bhava is completely lost. The modulation is, I know you're trying to modulate the pleading effect, but it doesn't suit the bhajan. Right? For this bhajan, it needs to go. Sai hamara. I cannot use the same for that. Daya karo Shiva. I cannot. Do you see the difference? Alright? So the bhava is also affected by the way you sing it with the proper voice modulation. Okay? Another thing that can distract us from bhava, we touched on this earlier, is over variation. Right? So a bhajan like this. Hari gun gan karo man mero, Sai gun gan karo man mero. What happened? What did I do? Sai gun. So if I sing like that during a bhajan, what will your focus be on? Oh, how many notes he touched on? Wow. Sai gun gan. Where is the bhava aspect? Kacheri. Right? The focus was on the notes. So how would you sing this properly? Hari gun gan karo man mero, Sai gun gan karo man mero, Sai gun gan, Sai gun gan, Sai gun gan. Can you see a difference? Sai gun gan karo man mero. Is that okay? Are we clear? So you have to know how much to do. If you do too much, you're going to distract. Because eventually, what is the message again? Invoke devotion in oneself and others. When you keep doing variations like this, while you're singing, you might have tears in your eyes. You're really inspired by the way you're singing, all the tears. When you open your eyes, you see others also have tears in their eyes. Then later you find out, this tears is, I could not follow his bhajan, brother. I want his bhajan to end. Okay? Because this will happen. Eventually you cannot follow, you'll just sit and listen. Okay? Yeah. So, I give you another example here. Okay? Another bhajan. This bhajan. Hey Vishwanatha, you all know this bhajan? Okay? So the second line goes, Daya karo. So you're asking for Daya, right? You are here, you're begging for Daya. Okay? So I'm like a beggar, you know. I'm going in front of Swami and I'm having a begging bowl. I'm going, hey Bhagwan, show me some mercy, please. I've gone through the gutters this week. I cannot go through anymore. Daya karo. Daya karo. Daya karo. Bhagavan. Sometimes we think we are a beggar, but we are going with this fancy posh bowl, you know. The begging bowl is made of gold. Hey, come to Bhagavan, hey, Bhagavan, show me your daya. Daya karo. Daya karo. Daya karo. Bhagavan. Oh, that is. Hey, give me. Daya, please. But sometimes we sing like that. Right? We don't realize. Musically it might sound nice. Daya karo. Very nice. The way you went up when you went down, right? But where is the distraction? Correct? Daya karo. You are really begging for that compassion. Begging for that compassion. Don't go with a posh ball of, gold bowl and ask for compassion, right? It doesn't make any sense. You get what I'm saying? It's just a visualization of it. It does not sound good, right? Musically, it might sound nice, but the Bhava aspect is lost. Are you okay? Okay, so I just touched on a few techniques only, all right? But there are many other techniques, but these are the ones that you all can use and you can try on your own. So a few of these would require you all to do some research. All right? So like the meaning of the words, really understand what the bhajan is about. Right? What is a bhajan about? A song like Hey Vishwanatha is a bhajan where you are going and pleading to Swami after this really terrible week, right? And you want some compassion. You want someone to put an arm around you and say, hey, it's all right, brother. All is good. Right? And who do you go to? When you come to a bhajan session, you go to Swami only, right? At that moment, when you ask it, you got to ask it in the proper way. And that's where the Bhava comes in. Yeah, any questions? You want to add on anything? No. It's either I explained very well or I've explained very badly. There's nothing else to add on. Okay? All right? So I think what we'll do here is we have one more aspect, but we'll make it into a question and answer session. All right? We'll do that. So if you all have any questions to ask. It's a very good question, actually. So sometimes some people, their ranges are slightly higher, and when you come for the practice session, we realize that, okay, you're singing at this key, but no one else can follow, right? So I think it is the humility of the lead singer to say, bring the key down. Bring the key slightly down so everyone can follow. There's no point you pushing towards a high key when others cannot follow, because at the end of the day, who are you inspiring devotion for? Who invoking devotion for whom? Only yourself? No, right? Others as well. So others also must be able to participate. Like what you said, sisters, no choice, right? Because they have to go. So what they can do is you go to the lower octave, right? You touch the line in the lower octave, right? The brothers, if you realize that, but normally between the brothers they can push lah, right? Even sisters, if you are in the right key, if you are like 2 or 3 keys, the difference is 1 or 2 keys, you can push a bit. But if the difference is very big, then you should bring the key down. The lead singer should have the humility to say bring the key down so everyone else can follow as well. Okay, so that comes. So you're talking about lead singers?
I think if you go one octave lower, it will sound a little off.
Correct.
Even though it's not off, it's on Sruti.
Correct.
But so in that case, then in the practice, you should decide who should give chorus. In the practice itself. In the practice,
Yeah.
if you're leading with the mic, if you're nowadays, what we are seeing is even chorus singers, we are having mics given to some lead chorus singers. So if you are one of them who's going to sing on the mic, you must be there in the practice.
I think as a congregation, if there are few who, because you're singing together collectively as a group, if there are some who are not really reaching the key or whatever, it's okay. Because it's not distracting from others. But if you got a microphone in front of you, then you got a responsibility.
But I think we do need to compromise a little bit, I believe. Right? Yeah, in key, in terms of key, because we have designated chorus singers, and they are also going to sing through the microphone, meaning they have to reach the key also, right? So, and provided that you should have chorus singers who are caliber enough to to chorus the lead, to support the lead. So if they are not unable to do that, might as well just compromise between the lead as well as the chorus and find a key that is suitable. And we are not going to drop so much, I believe. Probably we are going to just drop by a half, at the most 1. So I think better find a compromise. Yeah. 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 I think if it is sung like that, not through the microphone, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because yeah. So it's better for them ideally what we like is the sisters to chorus when the sisters sing through the microphone, and the brothers to chorus through the microphone when the brothers sing. Right? Using the microphone. But the whole process here is we want everybody to be part of the system, but to sing chorus using the microphone. Yeah. So the sisters should take lead in singing the chorus when the sisters are singing. So the brothers can sing in whichever way, but not through the microphone. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
It happens the other way also.
Correct.
This lead will sing plain, the chorus will do the variation. It happens both ways.
Actually, I think that happens more often.
Because probably they would have heard that particular bhajan in that way, and they think that variation is actually required. My take on this, right? So, not all variations that is being done by the lead can be followed by the chorus. It's easier to keep the chorus simple and plain as long as it is in tune. Right? So likewise, on the flip side, if the lead singer is not doing any variation, we also did not do any variation, and we sing it plain, keep it simple.
I would say that, yeah, that's true, definitely. But it also comes back down to doing the practice session, right? So when doing the practice, if certain variations have been set, Like the lead singer knows he's going to do this, then the lead chorus must also know what the lead singer is going to do, and they should do it along. If they can do it, they should do it along, right?
Actually, some bhajans do have like this,
Correct,
sorry to
yeah.
intervene. So songs like probably like, Panduranga Vitali, there comes one line, the chorus will do a little bit extra.
Yeah. Second record.
Panduranga Vitali, Hari Narayana, Hari Narayana, Govinda.
Yeah.
Chorus does that actually. So certain bhajan has this, and if the chorus is able to do this, and we have got designated people to do this, I think then it's fine. And we have already provided, we have tried this in that practice session.
Correct.
I think one observation, what we are hearing again and again, not only here but even earlier, is a lot of these things can be addressed in the practice session itself.
Correct.
So it's not only an SS3, but I think most centers today, practice sessions itself they've evolved. It's no longer a session where you have everyone together sitting down and experimenting, going through some of probably what happened last week, and how can we improve this week. So that's one thing that probably needs to be looked at. Not only I've been to SS3 before for practices. I think you all do have a very good system. You start practice early before the bhajans, and it's the singers are there together with instrumentalists and all that. I think most centers need to do this. It's important.
Some brainstorming is also required sometimes, because like we were talking about the genres and the different patterns and styles of the bhajans, the way they have been composed and how it is being sung throughout the years, and we have listened to various singers singing. So we can come into a same platform, and if we can try to discuss a little bit and improvise and come to a common agreement, I think it will be nice. Then we go into the bhajan hall as with the same mindset, with that same synergy. Then it's easy that's the spirit of the team, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's called the climax because it is supposed to be sung after the second speed, because it's a separate part of the song which culminates in the crescendo of the bhajan to go higher, right? So the climax is supposed to be sung only after the second speed. So don't do it in the first speed. Right? I think there are some bhajans where the climax is longer than the bhajan itself. No, really, bhajan like Ramachandra Raghuvi. The bhajan actually is only 3 lines, but the climax is 6, 7 lines.
Yeah.
You realize or not? Right? So in a bhajan like this, imagine you sing the climax in the first beat also. How long will the bhajan become? Very long, right? It doesn't make sense. So climaxes should be sung only as a third speed or after the second. Sometimes what we do is the climax starts with the beat of the second speed, and then you do it again in the third speed. Sometimes that is done as well. So however you all choose to do it, decide in the practice itself, but it should only be sung after the second. Okay? Any more questions? Ah.
Yeah, it should be ideally first speed and the second speed. Oh, you're talking about like dolak and all. Dolak is like, so ideally, if the dolak can support in the first speed, it's good. It's good. But sometimes maybe because we already have the tabla, and it's already, carrying the first speed well, and the help is required in the second speed, so the dolak comes in the second speed. And the most important thing is what is comfortable for the dolak and tabla player. How comfortable is the pairing. If you can play together without any overlapping of beats, then you can play throughout the whole bhajans. You're having the chemistry. But if the chemistry is not built yet, then you may want to restrict it to the second speed until you develop the understanding between the tabla and the dolak player.
Okay. No more questions? So before we end, just want to something for you to take back home, right? Some practices that you can do. One very easy practice that you can try is to practice Hari Om on one Shruti as long as you can. Right? So for example, we just hold it. So what you do is you all can sit straight. Make sure you are sitting straight, right? You take a deep breath and then you say the words Hari Om. Okay? So listen to how I'm doing it first, then you can follow, okay? Hari Om. When you do this consistently on one Shruti, you are actually developing your R's, your E's, your U's and your M's, which are all vowels that are very important in bhajans. Right? So how do you do it again? If you all can follow along with me. Hari Om. Okay? Doing this consistently, about 10-15 minutes every day, will really help to broaden your range is one thing. Also make your Shruti very clear. Right? And it helps you in certain bhajans where those few vowels are very important. For example, a bhajan like say Devi Bhavani Jagat Janani Narayani Devi Narayani. So the E is very prominent here. So when you practice your Hari, if that is strong, your E should be very clear. Similarly, the M's. Manas bhajare Guru Charanam. A lot of us don't do that, The we forget. Right? But that is so powerful in that bhajan. Manas bhajare Guru Charanam. Sai Charanam Pranamamyaham. So if you do this practice, it's Hari Om. So all the important vowels are actually clear. Okay? It's a very simple practice. Pick a Shruti that you are comfortable with. Alright? And just stick to that one. Another thing you can do is jogging. Jogging helps with breath control. Your breath. Breath control is very important when you sing a bhajan. Some bhajans have got very long lines. And you must do that line in one breath. Right? A simple bhajan will be like Mita Smita Sundara Mukhara Vinda Nacho Nandalala Nandalala. That line needs to be done in one breath, Imagine if you don't take a breath before. Mita Smita Sundara Mukhara Vinda Nacho Nandalala Nandalala. I lost my breath, right? Because the breath control is not there, right? Sometimes you even have instances where you change the meaning of a bhajan. Songs like Jaya Jaya Shankari Jaya Parameshwari Jaya Shiva Shankari Ma. So that Ma is one line. If you don't take a proper breath, you might do it Jaya Shiva Shankari Ma. What does that mean? There's no meaning, right? So the breath control here is very, very important. Sometimes you can take a breath in between the line, but you must know where to do it. Govinda Govinda gaiye re, bhajo Radhe Gopal Krishna gaiye re. Did you realize I took a breath? I did, very subtly. Where? After bhajo. Correct? So you must know where to take the breath as well. Alright? You cannot sing Govinda Govinda gaiye re, bhajo Radhe Gopal Krishna gaiye. So you're stopping many times because you cannot sustain the breath. Okay? At the same time, don't announce to the world you're taking a breath. Govinda Govinda gaiye re, bhajo Randa. Okay? So don't announce it to the world. Just a sharp intake, a quick one, just so that you can sustain. Jogging really helps. This is Swami's thing, you know. Swami actually told one of the boys, he was singing and he constantly kept losing breath and cracking and all that. Swami told him, do jogging. He did jogging. In 6 months, his voice improved completely. His breath control was much more improved. So, exercises and these simple vocal practices will really help you all to enhance the bhajan singing experience. Okay. Right. So I think that's all that we have to share for all of you. Is there any more questions? No? Okay, so I can see that you're all hungry already. I don't want to hear these people talk anymore. I am hungry. So now I got to make sure the food got salt, huh? Bhava. Okay, so I think on behalf of the team, on behalf of Brother Kabir, Shankar and myself, thank you all so much for thank you for entertaining us and allowing us to sometimes have fun with each other as well and have fun with all of you all. In the process of having fun, I hope we learned quite a few things. And hopefully from now on, the SS3 Bhajan experience will be elevated. And as if every individual does their part, and when you come together as a collective unit and you all sing it with that whole unity in the whole Bhava and the Raga and Tala all mixed up nicely, you will have a very blissful bhajan experience weekly, week in, week out. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.
Semua dah lapar dah. Okay, I'll keep it short. We will get Naveen, Shankar and Kabinesh to take Arati. And we would, on behalf of SS3, Segambut, Subang Jaya and all the centers that are here today, we thank you for your time and effort. And we thank everyone for your time and effort to attend. Hopefully all of us learned something. For me, they are the equivalent of, if you all have heard, Prashanti Mandir Group, Ame, Siddhartha and Ravi Kumar. So they are our homegrown talent. Yeah. So brothers, please join us for bhajans whenever you all are free on Saturdays. We also can learn from you all, and you all also can come and experience our bhajan practice and bhajan session, and we'll take it from there. Yeah.
When do you have your practices?
Every Saturdays, except for the first Saturdays for SSC bhajans, second, third and fourth, 5:15 to 6:30. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah. Okay, so we will after Arati, then we just have a quick group photo, and then we can adjourn for lunch. Bhojan. Thank you so much.
I was hoping no need photo. I was going to eat.
Yeah, thank you, Sairam. Yep.
समस्तलोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोका सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति। जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा जी की।